All right, everyone, how you all doing? Got a big day today. So today, I need to rebuild my starships because this ship is not going to cut it. We only have one of each chemical plant, and we've just unlocked our new processes for thruster fuel. So that's going to need calcite, and we're going to need more chemical plants to be able to supply the thrusters with enough fuel. So I need to redesign this whole ship. I'm probably going to just build a new ship, but I need to redesign this whole ship to satisfy a whole list of requirements that I have. First, we need storage because we don't have enough storage here, or it's very awkwardly placed. Number two, we need to be extracting items and then converting them to the items that we need. We need to be catching rocks and converting them exactly to what we need instead of just getting rid of them all, which we can do thanks to the asteroid reprocessing, which are these three recipes here. Because we have an ice problem up in space. Our space science has an ice problem where we're not making enough of it because the ice spawn rates are so low. So we need to fix that. But that'll probably come later. Today, I really want to focus on just getting the ship operational. I spent a bit of time off camera preparing a bunch of turbo belts and turbo splitters. And I spent a bit of time shipping all that from Vulcanus all the way to Narvis. And you can see here, this is my belt setup after the fact. It's pretty hefty, and I've also got a setup here making tier 3 speed modules, which I've also shipped back here as well. And we also have some efficiency modules going on Narvis. Apart from that, research is kind of stagnated because our Gleba factory, while I was gone, has completely died. I'm not exactly sure what happened, but it completely died. So we'll have to go and fix that up before going any further to something like, say, Aquilo. But in the meantime, we have a whole list of requirements that we need to meet with the new ship. Namely, because we need so many more processes, we're going to need more power, and these solar panels just aren't going to cut it because we are just barely... If I zoom out of this, you can see it's spiking all the time, especially on transit when we need to start firing at rocks and things, and we've got our little laser turrets to deal with the small rocks without consuming ammo. We need more power for this, especially considering that it might be a good idea to try and get a foundry to work on a ship, which, contrary to the fact that there's no air in space and everything cools rapidly in space, foundries apparently work up here in space. So that's going to be an interesting thing to try out. We get a good crafting speed and a 50% productivity, which is probably going to help a lot when we need to be making plenty, and I mean plenty, of magazines. The other thing too is the new recipes that we unlocked with the advanced asteroid processing gives us copper. And that scares me a little bit because that makes me think that we're supposed to be using the copper to make piercing rounds magazines, which also makes me think that there's something more scary up there in space. So we have that to look forward to. Now, for this ship and its power solution, I've prepared a little array of parts here. Namely, I want to try and get nuclear power going. If I can get nuclear reactors operational, we might be good for a very large amount of power, which means we can have a very large ship doing very large things. And as you all know, big is my favorite word. And to fuel all that, I have a train network going here, carrying fuel cells all the way from the nuclear facility, which again is still full of fuel cells. And we fill up these chests, which are absolutely full. We have so many fuel cells. If I can send a stack of these up on every round trip that these ships make, we might be good for a very, very, very beefy transport ship. That's the plan. Now, I have the space platform starter pack, so first things first, let's chuck this in. New space platform. We need a name for this ship. I don't know what we're going to name this ship, so I'm just going to call it... Actually, no, I have a name for this ship. It's our second ship, so this is what it's going to do. And I'm hoping that this will be the ship that takes us boldly... Yeah, I'm hoping that this is going to be the ship that takes us... actually, what icon am I going to... It's shattered. I don't want this thing blowing up. I want this to be the ship that will allow us to boldly go where everyone else... That'll allow us to boldly go where everyone else has gone before. It's going to be on Novice. Let's create that. And this rocket is going to fly up. So then the next thing we need to do is start sending everything up. I also finally brought some supercapacitors back and made up those personal battery Mark IIIs. So I'm going to chuck those in, and now we should have plenty of power. 500 megajoules to be precise, whereas previously we only had 200 megajoules. So I've more than doubled the power. There we go. Our space station is up. Our space platform, rather. So now we need to start shipping things. First thing I'm going to do is send up some cargo bays to Electric Boogaloo. We need the reactors, just all of this really. Reactors, we can only do one each. So this will be a little bit of a slow journey as I ship everything up. I don't know if I needed to send electromagnetic plants up. Probably not, but I'll send them up anyway. And we can hold them in storage until we get to a new location. Foundries, we are going to need foundries. Assembly machines we will need. Heat pipes we will need for the nuclear power. We'll need some thrusters. Yeah, listen to those rockets go. That never gets old. And now we'll just need a whole bunch of these space platforms. But I might actually do that. I'll send that automatically. We also need a bunch of belts and things. So I'll bring those up. Something I noticed too when I was shipping the green belts up is they have a different stack size. So see the blue belts, you see the blue belts have a rocket capacity of 100, but the green belts only have a capacity of 50, which is a little annoying because it meant I had to sit around and wait quite a bit longer for them to get shipped up and sent back over here. But we got there in the end. Okay, send all these up. Okay, let's get started. So, first off, we need to expand the cargo bays. So there we are. That should hopefully give us some space to work with. We need some automatic requests, so I'm going to turn these bottom things into automatic request ships. I'm going to send some more belts up. Okay, so let's start with just placing a whole bunch of platforms. This will be the base of our ship. And then let's grab the nuclear reactors. Now, is this symmetrical? Can I actually fit this symmetrically? Yes, I think I can. Oh, it's not quite symmetrical. It'll do, it'll do. Actually, ooh, what is that shape? Yeah, it's not quite symmetrical, but that's okay. We can then run heat pipes. And then we need to fuel these things, so we need a long hand inserter. One for each. There is a problem with doing these cargo pods, is that they get in the way of being able to extract items from the ship's inventory, because you can't just pull items out of the cargo bays. They have to be pulled out of the main hub. So annoyingly, we have to leave a gap here, but that's okay. I'm going to then extract, and we're going to filter this to extract fuel cells. And then we need to split this. And then run it through here. And there's probably a more compact way of doing this, but I can't think of it right now, but we'll get to it when we need to, I suppose. So the next thing to think of is we need, once this is all powered up, we need, what do we need? We know we can assume that we're just going to be grabbing rocks, so I'm not going to bother placing the asteroid grabbers yet. Ah, yes, steam turbines. So we need heat exchangers, which are going to go in here. And then we need turbines, which will go in here. So that's going to form the back reactor. That's going to give us about 50 megawatts of power, 44, something like that. And then we need water. So we need to, it needs to consume 10 water per second each. And then to produce 10 water per second, we need to turn ice into water, and that's done through a process. What's the process? Where is the process? It's over here, isn't it? Yep. So that's done through a process of turning ice into water in a chemical plant. And we can improve that with productivity modules. However, productivity modules spikes the power. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. One thing we can do straight away is set up a request for fuel. And we might just ask for 100. There we go. Now, what's up with our automated requests? Ah, these are still fulfilling other requests. Okay, that's fine. It could be time that we expand this as well, but I'm just going to leave it for now. We need to send some pipes up. So I'm going to ship these up. Do we have any more pipes in storage? Nearly. No, I can just send more space platforms. There we go. That's all shipping up. Yeah, one other thing I'm going to do is send down the remaining arms because we're going to need them. Here we go. Here are the arms. Nice. All right, so while that's shipping up, we can figure out what we're going to do for the water. We need to process water, and we'll probably do it on this side because we're going to have some space left over. So let's prepare some space over here. We need our chemical plants, which are going to go here. And these need to be making water from ice. And we can put in some productivity modules in there. What's that going to end up putting the power up to? I guess I can't see until we get the productivity modules sorted. And then the ice needs to obviously come from space, from the asteroid fragments. That will be done. Is there a better way to do ice? Yes, there is. We can crush oxide asteroid chunks into ice and calcite. We get 3 ice out of 1 chunk, which is much better than... Actually, no, it's not better. It's worse. Okay, that's interesting. But we get the calcite, and the calcite can then be used with iron ore and more water to make oxidizer. Ooh, more water. How much ice do we get? 20 ice. So we get 20 water from 1 ice. So this will make us 60 ice plus or minus some productivity. But 60 is not enough to do 1 bit of thruster fuel, and we need to be producing 40. We need to be producing 40 water to power the nuclear power plants, or the steam turbines rather. So we're going to need 2 chemical processes. We're going to need 2 chemical processes worth of ice if we're using the oxide crushing. That's going to make 2 calcite. How much? We only need 1 calcite, so we could just do 1 advanced oxide crushing recipe, and then the rest can go straight into the regular so we can pump out more ice. Yeah, okay, let's try that. So hopping back up to our ship. Oh yeah, there's no power. Ooh, we're gonna need some solar panels just to jumpstart the power system, I think. Where are the solar panels hiding? Here we go. Send a stack up. I completely forgot. We need power to actually kickstart the power. And in that case, we can just probably chuck it in here and use a tunnel to get underneath. All right, that's cool. And then asteroid crushing is probably going to go on this side for the ice. So let's grab more chemical plants. Oh no, crushers. We need crushers. Crushers can go here. So these will be our regular ice. And then we need to get 1 more for the oxide. Then a couple of things are going to come out of this. We're going to get oxide asteroid chunks, they need to cycle back. So the oxide asteroid chunks are going to cycle back into this loop. Meanwhile, everything else comes through. The other products we can possibly get is calcite and ice. So the calcite needs to then travel somewhere else. And I just realized I probably don't have enough space allocated for myself here, but let's try it anyway. We need inserters to bring the ice in. And then this will go into pipes. So let's hook those up to pipes. Pipes need to then end up coming into the boilers. And then... Actually, can we use heating towers in space? No, needs to have pressure. Okay, we can't do heating towers. That's cheesy. The calcite... Okay, so the ice needs to come through on the right, which is actually the left. Funny that. The ice comes down here, and then on this side is the calcite, and that's going to head further down into the thruster zone. Speaking of the thruster zone, we need to prepare an area to make thruster fuel. So that's going to be yet another set of these guys. And this is going to be set for... let's do that fuel and that fuel. So one of these advanced thruster fuels. Why can't I speak today? One of these advanced thruster fuels can produce 1.5k over 10 seconds. So that ends up being 150 fuel per second. One of our thrusters consumes 120 per second at maximum output. And we want to go fast. So 120 is a little under 150. So if we're going to have, say, 5 thrusters, let's place them down. Actually, let's try something cool. Let's try and go for 6. I have no idea what the symmetry is going to be like on this. Actually, is there symmetry? We have... yeah, there would be symmetry. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hang on. Isn't there a grid we can turn on? Yeah, there we go. F5 turns on the grid. So if I grab... oh wow, that is very off center. Hang on a second. Hold on a sec. We can fix this. There we go. Actually, we need to also move this down so that we've got room to get this across. All right, cool. So that's going to be all that set up. And then we can come down here. Okay, let's grab some belts. Oh, hang on. What's going on here? Okay, that's annoying. The splitter didn't end up. What if we did a sushi belt? Hang on. Not a sushi belt, a loop belt. Can we actually reach across here? I can't really tell. Can't really tell until we get it all placed in. So let's wait for that to come through. I'm pretty sure all these rockets are these rockets are going to be shipping platforms up. So let's set up some automatic requests from all of the ships. Okay, so let's try and get this symmetrical. So this will form our fuel production. Water needs to continue down to here, which means we need to send more pipes down. We're definitely going to need way more water than this, and probably way more ice than this as well. All right. So that's going to be the fuel. Let's get our thrusters down. I'm going to place them probably something like this. Let's do it for a 2-engine pod design. This will be kind of cool. And then we need to somehow fuel all of this. I think the easiest way to fuel it might be something a little cheesy like this. Oh, actually, no, we need to connect this up a little bit differently. Oh, look at all that build. That's cool. Our weight is already going up, but that's okay. We're going to have the thrusters to compensate. So the next thing we need is to make sure all this hooks up. So actually, no, hang on, wait. We got to make sure that we don't cross the pipes over. We can't have any of this kind of action going on. So we got to make sure that these remain disconnected. And then we need to try and get the pipes crossing over. I think the easiest way to do that, when we connect these two up together, they actually transfer fluids between each other. So that makes things easy for getting fuels in and out between two thrusters. But then getting them across the third thruster is the challenging part. But that's okay, we can figure this out. So if we are inputting thruster fuel into here, that's going to fuel these two thrusters. And likewise, if we mirror the same thing across over here, that's going to fill up these two thrusters. And then we need to get fuel from here over into this port here. So we can do yet up another setup here. We can probably we can connect these two up. Yeah, I think that's it. I think that's the design. It's nice and symmetrical, which makes me happy. I think that looks right. Yep. Okay, that's symmetrical. So that should connect those up. Now we just need to cross the lines over, which I think we can do with a tank. Maybe. Hang on. That's going to fill up with orange. That's going to fill up with blue. We then need to get blue over into here, which we can do easily like that. But then we need to somehow get orange into here. This isn't going to be perfectly symmetrical. Okay. Oh, wait, hang on. Unless we flipped this. Hang on. If we did this down south instead. No, wait, hang on. We connected this up. Ooh, how do I make this symmetrical? I don't know why I'm fussing over making it symmetrical so much, but I would really like if it was. This pumps into here and crosses over. Maybe if we don't use the tanks, maybe the tanks are the wrong way of thinking. We cross this over like that. Did something like this. Nope, that's going to cross the cables. Okay, we can put an underground tunnel there. We can do an underground tunnel here. Yeah, this isn't going to be symmetrical. That's probably the best we can get. Which honestly isn't so bad. So then the next thing we can do is run some tanks. Just for extra storage space. Connect all this up. There we go. And I think we're just waiting on... Oh, hang on. These are running. Let's try and jump the power across. Oh, we just can't quite make it. Oh, okay. That is an issue. But then if we ran this back up... Yeah, if we ran this up in like a loop... These arms are collecting from the wrong side, though. How do we fit this? This is going to have to move over one, isn't it? But how much power is this producing? That's producing 80 megawatts each, which is 160 megawatts. Maybe we don't worry about this side. Yeah, maybe we just leave that for now. We'll see how this goes. If we get enough from 2 reactors, then we can just forego the extra 2, because that's extra mass. Alright, let's get that solar panel back online. Can probably squeeze it in down here somewhere, maybe. Maybe not. Yeah, I'll just squeeze it in here. Go ahead and destroy this for now. Let's get rid of that loop. This is going to be our fuel cells. Oh, okay, yes, we do need a belt returning. And extracting the bad uranium cells. And then that needs to ship back down to Novice. So on Novice, I need to request bad cells, and then I'll have to do a whole setup where a train picks them up and sends them all the way back to the nuclear facility for reprocessing here. So that'll happen. The next thing we need to do is make sure we're processing all the ice correctly. So let's get our inserters going. Now, ice will end up on here, which means we need a belt traveling around this facility, transporting... It's just not going to quite fit. Okay, it'll have to come down through the middle here. Let's fill all that in. Yeah, this is going to be a huge thing. Oh, that's another thing I forgot was the foundries. We need to be making ammo. So we need iron plates, which means we're going to need the foundries. So let's look at chucking down a foundry. I think we can just chuck one there. This is going to make iron, but we need molten iron. Molten iron can come from iron ore and calcite because we don't have access to lava up in space. So iron ore and calcite is going to go in here. Iron ore we know how to get. That's fairly easy. What we can do here is copy this whole design. We can copy this whole design and flip it. And this will produce us iron instead. And the best way to do that, we can get 20 iron ore from metallic chunks, and we can get 10 iron ore from doing the advanced version of this. I'm just going to do the regular iron ore up on these three, and then we can do the advanced process to get a little bit of extra copper from down here to mirror what we've got on this setup over here. And that's going to produce us the iron that we hopefully need. And then I'm going to turn this, switch this over to metallic chunks, and we need to send them up. Now, these are the excess metallic chunks, so we need to send this back over here. And then the rest of it is going to be a few other items. We're going to get iron ore, and we're going to get copper ore. So, just like over here, we're going to do another splitter. This is going to be iron ore is actually no copper ore. Ooh, hang on. How are we going to deliver this? Calcite needs to split into a few different places. So calcite's running down here, which means we can run a tunnel under here. Okay, that's all going to fill in slowly. So the calcite can come down here. Actually, this is a good spot we can fit in our solar panels. Then the calcite can end up going into these machines. But then we also need we need iron to come into here, which is going to be coming from up here. So let's actually send this to this side. Iron needs to come all the way down. And then the calcite needs to be used on all of these belts, but we only want carbon on these three processes, and we only want iron on these three processes. So I'm going to have to find a way to split it. I think the easiest way is filtering this so that only calcite comes through on this side. And then we should just be able to run the iron straight into here. Yeah, like that. So the iron will come here and join up on the other side of the belt. So the calcite... Actually, I just realized we need to deposit the calcite somewhere. Oh boy. Calcite can deposit onto this belt, I think. Let's get rid of these for now. Wait, no, hang on. This isn't calcite. What am I doing? Good thing the undo exists. These are making ice. Where's the calcite coming from? Oh, calcite's coming straight from here, so then it comes out into here. Okay, we're fine, we're fine. Calcite's already sorted. Calcite also needs to split, which does mean we need to run a splitter. And then run the calcite all the way up here so that it can go into the foundry. And the same needs to happen to the iron. And we've also got copper here. Maybe we need to move this up. So we're a little bit more compact, and then we can run. Ooh, hang on, this is way too compact. Copper ends up here. Iron ends up coming down. And then we can split the iron yet again and run this up. Copper can then come through a tunnel. And then we just do some simple furnaces down here for the copper. And then the iron goes up there and we have space to fit another solar panel for emergencies or for supplementing some of this power generation. Yeah, okay, so then iron comes all the way up here. Are we out of platform? Yeah, we're out of platforms. Okay, that's fine. Then we grab our arms and we plonk them here. That's going to start melting iron ore. Then we can deposit the iron ore straight into a tank. And then we need yet another one of these guys. We need yet another foundry, and we can cast it straight into iron plates. Something like that might work. And we still have ample room here to be able to do more ice and more iron processing. Now we need a spot to do the carbon processing. And that's going to be interesting to fit. We can possibly just do the carbon processing over here. This is going to be carbonic. This is going to be advanced. Actually, why are we doing advanced carbonic? We don't need sulfur, do we? What would we need? What would we need sulfur for on a spaceship? Our weapons don't need sulfur. Hold on a sec. Sulfuric acid. We don't need to make sulfuric acid. And we can't turn sulfuric acid into steam because the pressure is too low. Is there anything else we can do with sulfur? Biosulfur? No, that's making sulfur. We don't want that. I don't think there's actually anything that we need sulfur for. We can't melt it back down, can we? I suppose you could... No, we need coal. Hang on, how do you make coal? That's in an oil refinery. So you could turn the sulfur into sulfuric acid and then the sulfuric acid into heavy oil, provided you can supply coal. But I don't think we need heavy oil either. So that's actually kind of useless. We don't need this. We can switch that back into the regular carbonic crushing. That's going to send more carbonic chunks over to here that we can loop back around. And then the rest is just going to be carbon, which is nice and efficient. So then we can just plop a tunnel here. Oh, actually, hang on. There we go, that might be better. We got to make sure we don't get the belts on the wrong side. This is then going to become, where is it? Calcite. On the other side. Yep. Wait, no, then that would allow, ooh. Something like that, maybe? This is a little scuffed. Won't be able to tell until we actually get this all running and operational. Okay, so the last thing we need now is a belt that's going to carry all of our asteroid chunks around and deliver them. Oh, and then of course there's also the ammo belt as well. How heavy? This thing is approaching 400 tons. If I increase, yeah, that increases the mass as well. Ooh. Okay, well, we need copper processing down here. Ah, yes, we need steel as well. Steel is done with casting iron as well. So let's grab some more pipes and chuck them down. And then now that we have everything we need, let's go smelt. Yeah, I don't think we need a terrible amount of copper, to be honest. How much copper do we get out of this? 4 copper. So for every metallic chunk, we get 4 copper. I think that's fine. Actually, this should probably go the other way around. No, actually, no, that's fine. It already comes down here, and this is the first one to get chunks, so that's definitely going to be making copper. So let's grab our furnaces. And get to making that copper. Then that's going to output copper onto this side. And then I need to somehow get that to ship upwards. We could stagger these a little bit. Ah, yes. Okay, I'm having a brainwave. Chat, I'm having a brainwave. This might actually work. We can run an inserter going upwards and an inserter going downwards and looping back into this tunnel. And that way we don't need inserters out over here. We don't need to widen this whole system at all. Yeah. Yeah, I think this could work. Okay, so then we need those furnaces shipped up, so why... Are the furnaces on the way? Yeah, furnaces are en route. Okay, and then we can do some crafting over here. This is going to form our ammo, so this is going to be regular magazines, which is just iron. Okay, there we go. So that's going to be our regular magazines, and then we will export them with long arm inserters. Like that. And then we need to turn those into red magazines. So the magazines are going to be here. We can then put copper onto that belt. So where's our copper? Copper's here. We are going to have to extend this to the side a little bit. Okay, so they put on the tops. These guys will put the magazines on the top side of the belt. Copper's going to enter on the bottom side of the belt. And then we've got our steel here, which can grab straight out of there and come across to here. We insert the steel, we insert the magazines, and voila, we have red magazines. Should hopefully keep our ship safe from any bigger dangers we might encounter. I hope there's nothing too big. Okay, so lastly, next we need the actual turrets. So I'm gonna have to make some. Gun turrets are pretty cheap. Iron, copper, and iron gears. I'm gonna run back to base and make some. And then is there anything else I'm forgetting? Oh, we also need some laser turrets, so I can pick up some of those as well. Flamethrower turrets are probably completely useless out in space. Actually, you can't even use them. Pressure greater than or equal to 10 HPAs. I forget what the unit for that is. And then that's probably it. A radar is even useful in space. I have no idea. Okay, so we need our iron plates. We need our copper plates. And we need our gears. And I'm going to make a full stack of these. There we go, that should do. Is there anything else I'm going to need? Maybe some accumulators just to store up on power in case we have an emergency. But I think we should be good. So the next thing to do is to send up some beacons and some speed modules and some productivity modules and efficiency modules so that we can micromanage the production rates and not have to build too many more machines. Because I was playing around with the... because I was playing around with the beacons on Vulcanus, and these things are crazy good when you mix them with electromagnetic plants. Look at this thing go. It is absolutely going ham here. So much so that I had to put 2 bulk inserters down for the copper. And it still can't keep up in some cases. This is completely full. The only problem is I'm still using regular assemblers because I ran out of... The only problem is I'm still using regular assemblers for processing units because I ran out of electromagnetic plants. But this has been absolutely insane. You get the productivity bonus with productivity modules. On top of that, beacons with speed module 3s is insane. And if you've got the power to supply it, you don't need any efficiency modules. I've even got things going on down here. Look at this go! You can see the counter on the product's finish just absolutely flying. This is insane. I definitely have to do a full proper setup of this sort of stuff back on Narvis once I get plenty of resources. I want to try it out. I want to see just how far we can push this. Okay, I'm going to send up some modules. Then I need some beacons, which I can grab I'm just over here. I can grab the resources I need to make beacons here. Where are we? Here we go. I can grab some of those, grab some of these. I need some copper wires, which I don't think we're making here at all. So we'll have to make some, but there we go. We can make 8. We need some more steel, which I have over here. There's another 10. We only need enough for another 2. Cool. So those are going to be crafting. We can start uploading. We can start shipping up the gun turrets. And I can figure out how we're going to fit them on our ship. So gun turrets will need to go... That's the other thing too. I need to figure out where to place... Okay, first things first. Let's place down the asteroid collectors. Because this might actually dictate... This might more accurately dictate where exactly all the turrets then need to go. So we're going to place... We need space for another belt to go around as well. For our asteroid resources. I'm going to turn the grid back on so we got some symmetry. I'm going to place these here. Probably do something like that. And then for good coverage, we can probably... How far set in is that? That looks like it's about right. I hope. Trying to make something symmetrical is difficult. And then we can probably just set this in a little bit more. We need this belt to come all the way around. Because this is going to fall... Oh, hang on. This is going to form our ammo belt. Ammo probably needs to come down here and protect these guys as well, so... This is so, we're so close. This is almost it. Next thing we need is to continue placing these around. So we get full coverage. Question is this symmetrical? Let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yes, it's symmetrical. We finally made a symmetrical ship, chat. We finally did it. So those are going to line up probably there. Actually, we could inset this further in, to be honest. Can we put that closer in? Why has that got a weird symbol on it? No, okay, it's working. How many tiles across is that? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So this needs to come here. There we go, something like that. And then we can inset these closer in. Although this is the ammo This is the ammo belt here though, so we do have a problem. And maybe we can't push them inwards. Okay, they're gonna have to stay there. We can run a belt going across here. This belt is non-negotiable because it has to be used to extract the items quick enough. Whoops. This can probably come down here. I kind of want to do a slightly rounded design. Now, what if we, just as a guide, what if we grabbed this center point and flipped it? Actually, hang on, let's make sure we don't catch the foundry. Let's flip this around, put this here. And we can get rid of these guys because we don't need them. Okay, and then we can run these the other way because that's where they're supposed to go. And then this will form the rest of the belt coming down. Nice. Then we can run tunnels across here. Yep, there we go. Continue filling all this in. Can we deconstruct these? Yes, we can. Nice. Actually, we probably do want space there for a turret. Okay, and then we can extract out of our asteroid collectors. And then this needs to come down here. Then it can go across. Yeah. Then we run that across. There we go. Let's fill this hole in because you're not supposed to have holes. There, we do need to send some tanks up, so I need to make some storage tanks. That's iron and steel. We should have that down here. Where's our iron? Here we go. Oh, we don't have much iron. Yeah, we really don't have much iron. That's interesting. Anyway, that should be enough tanks. We have the rest of our gun turrets we can send upwards. We're also researching physical projectile damage. It's going to take a very long time to finish that though, but it's there if we need it. There we go, there's a full stack, send that up. Got some beacons, still waiting on a couple. This is going to be so cool when it's finished. It is still a little slabby, I will be honest. I wonder if we could place more storage. Maybe. Oh, accumulators. I forgot. We need to send accumulators up. Let's chuck some accumulators down. We can probably squeeze them right into here. Something like that will probably do. Okay, gun turrets. So we can use long arm inserters. Actually, we don't need one there, but we can do long arm inserters here. We can grab our laser turrets. Put some laser turrets down here, and we grab our regular turrets. Like that. That's going to give us some coverage, which will be nice. We need to tell the laser turrets to only shoot the little rocks. So let's set those up now. And then these guys can shoot. They just need to shoot everything else, don't they? So if we set everything else... Oh my goodness, there's so many things to set. Okay, there we go. And then ignore the unlisted targets, because we want the laser turrets to do that for us. That might work. And the ammo needs to continue around. Let's keep placing some more. Actually, we could probably get away with curving this a little bit, make it look a little nicer. Yep, something like that. Also means we have space to fit in more accumulators. Yeah. This is cool. And then a laser turret can probably go on the corners there. And then where's our ammo belt coming? We need to figure out where else this is going to loop. Okay, and then if we get some turrets coming down here... This is probably a little overkill. Then again, it could very much not be overkill, and maybe it's not enough. I really have no idea. Okay, how heavy are we? 616 tons. We're also not producing enough power to be idly holding all these machines either. So that is a little worry. Is there any way I can fit a beacon in here? I think I can. If I fit a beacon in here and put efficiency modules in here, that should keep the power of these guys going down. Because each efficiency module 3 reduces the energy consumption by 50%. So that's 100% power efficiency going to be taken off the top of 180%. So these will only be running at plus 80%, which is better than 180%. The same can't be said for every other machine though. I don't think there's a feasible way I can fit everything else. Although we could fit this here and then put some efficiency on that. Probably the same on this side as well. Yep, we could see how that goes. Well, actually, I probably should have moved that up to here. Okay, I am carrying the beacons. So I'm gonna drop beacons into here. That's gonna send up, nice. I've got the storage tanks. I can send up some more space platforms probably. There we go, ship that up. I wanted to make some more cargo bays. How do we make cargo bays? Steel and low density structures are what we're missing. We've got the steel and low density structures are right here. There we go, 2 more bays. Oh, we're out of belts too. Okay, I can send some belts up. There we go, belts are going up. So I'm curious, how much fuel are we consuming? 0.5 per minute. So every 2 minutes we consume a uranium fuel cell. So if we have a 10 round trip, if we have a 10-minute round trip, that's 5 fuel cells. I mean, a stack is doing pretty well then in that case. The only problem is when the ship is idle up in space. Oh, look how slow those arms move. Did we send up those modules? No, what happened to the modules? Wait, did I send them to the wrong ship? I sent them to the wrong ship. Dang it. I'm still used to hitting Falgora. Okay, you're going over there, and you are going... Oh, you're already shipping. Cool. Okay, what else are we missing? We've got coverage on one side, so we can copy that over to the other side. Put that... and that place is in the middle there, doesn't it? Yep. Plonk you there. Copy this onto this side. It sits right up against the asteroid collector. Okay, we need to copy the priorities over. Actually, I just realized we need to get rid of this because we need space for the laser turret to come in. So let's then cut this and move it up one. Pop down the laser turret, and we need to copy the priorities for the laser turrets. How much coverage do we get now from these laser turrets? Ah, plenty. Laser turrets are all good. Let's deconstruct those and deconstruct those. Now we can copy this over. That. Cool. And then okay, let's finish getting this ammo belt going around. Probably need to run the ammo belt down here if I'm going to be perfectly honest. And then we need a turret. Probably sit him right in the middle there. And then the ammo belt continues around. And somehow we need to jump the ammo belt over to here so that it can continue looping around. I think the easiest way is to do a quick little tunnel, and then a belt like this. And then we need to fit this turret over on this side. He's got a bit of a big gap though, which is a little bit of a annoyance. Maybe I need to move him over here. Yeah, okay, that works better, I think. Alrighty, so then we can run some more power with our solar panels. And some more accumulators. And then we can copy all this. Continue plonking it down here. Like that. That should give us full coverage. Okay, I need to send my cargo bays up so we can get these cargo bays filled up, and then these guys need a lot of efficiency because they're going to take a lot of power. So let's run a couple of beacons. And then give them efficiency modules. That drops their power usage down to 1 megawatt each. So once we get this running, we should be all good to go. The problem is, why aren't these... Oh, no power. We literally have no power. Oh my goodness, how do we kickstart this? How do we get enough power to start this process up? That is a bit of a problem. Okay. Is that still not enough power? Nope, they're working. Okay. And we need, looks like we need a couple more asteroid collectors. We can make that with engines and low density structures, so I'll make a bunch. Okay, now what else do we need up here? Okay, that's all looking good to me. Famous last words. Ah, yes, one other thing I need to send up is a singular power pole. Maybe we'll send some up for spares. But we can use the power pole, as I discovered on our first starship. We can use the power pole to actually monitor the electric network info, because I couldn't find any other place to check the power consumption or production rates, because you can't access it from the regular production statistics, I don't think. Yeah. So that's how I'm doing that. Here we go, everything's en route. I'm gonna chuck the power pole here in this little corner. So we're producing 5 megawatts and we're going to be consuming a lot more than that pretty soon. I could try and squeeze some beacons in. Maybe not. We could squeeze one in there. We can put some efficiency modules into here. Squeeze some more accumulators around. Probably the best we can get. Now we just need to wait for... Okay, hang on. So... Ah, yes. Silly me. The next thing we need to do is convert... Sorry, not convert. Yeah, I've forgotten a couple processes. Okay. We've got this belt filling up with asteroid chunks now. The next thing I need to do with it is turn it into... The next thing I need to do with it is split it off so that each of their chunks can get to where they need to go. So the first thing I can do for that, let's move this arm down here. I need to get some tunnels going so that we have room to move the extra items around. So this is going to be our metallic chunks. There we go. Look at that, we got iron and copper. And the copper comes down here, gets smelted. Ah. Okay, we need to move that up. There we go. Copper's going up. We now have copper for the piercing rounds. How much damage do the piercing rounds do anyway? 8 plus 20, that's better than the 5 plus 13. Okay, that's good. Still not as good as nuclear. Ooh. Okay, that is a problem. We have iron. What do we need to do with our excess iron? That gets turned into fuel. We need somewhere to dump the excess. We can probably create space here. Yeah, let's do another tunnel. Get rid of you, get rid of some of these solar panels. The excess iron is going to end up over here and get jettisoned. Because we just have too much. That was a little too effective. So that's going to fly out like that. Then we've still got a space to put in some more power. Something like that. And then... oh, okay, maybe we need to split this so that we have twice as much output. Yep, that leaves space for the copper. Nice. And then... hang on, where's the iron? Why is there no iron on this side? Oh wait, no, that's calcite. Okay, next we need to get the ice operational, so... that's all gonna go there. These turrets, I think I might have too many of these turrets here. How am I gonna fit this? Wait, we can get rid of these and then form the tunnel there. Okay. And then... ammo belt comes down to here. Yeah, then we can jump the belt there. Let's grab our splitter and filter that for ice chunks. Whoops, actually that's in the wrong spot. Ice chunks come out through there. And they enter into here. Nice. Then we should be getting ice and calcite. Which we are. There we go. The first calcite's coming through. We've got water. Oh my goodness, we got water. We have steam. Oh. 52 megawatts. We did it. Which means this should just about be ready to start processing. Once we get some more calcite coming through. We're not, because this is completely full. Okay, we have way too much ice. Can we put chests? Oh, the gravity's too low. Wait a minute, hang on. How about... no, you can't put chests in here. Oh, that's so annoying. Okay, well in that case, the excess ice... wait a second, we can completely forgo that belt. We can split this and then double layer that belt. That'll store more ice. We absolutely need to. We can create another one of these. Okay, yep, there we go. So that's going to be creating plenty of water. How much water is that actually making? Water, 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 fluids. 3.2k per minute? We're making 3k per minute thruster oxidizer. And that's only slow because we don't have much calcite. And we don't have much calcite Oh, wait a minute. We're out of chunks. All right, let's get the carbonic chunks going. So the next thing we need, let's jump this belt. I'm gonna move this over to here. Then I'm gonna split this. This is going to filter for carbonic chunks. Then we run a tunnel across, and that's going to get us the belt. Yep, okay. Okay, nice, nice. Wait. That's so much. Okay, we need to do something about the excess. We can grab an underground pipe. And chuck it down here. That gives us some space to then filter out the excess, and then we need to send that somewhere to get destroyed. Just like the iron is here. We probably need to send it out to here somewhere. Oh, wait a minute. No, hang on. We can use a tunnel and just drop it down here. There we go. Problem solved. Feel like a genius. And that's going to be making our advanced thruster fuel. And we've completely filled up the thrusters. Ooh. Oh, wow. And these things are going as well. And the belt's starting to fill up with ammo. Ooh, we might actually be cooking, chat. We might have actually just cooked. But there is a slight problem that I think we can easily fix. Maybe. We need to extract the bad uranium. Ah, yes. Okay, I think I know how I can do this. We use a splitter and filter out the bad uranium. And then we can run a tunnel. That comes all the way back. Yeah. Yeah, I think that'll do it. Cool. And then that puts the depleted uranium down here, which then gets shipped back down to Narvis. Okay, I think we're cooking. Yeah. Oh my goodness, we might have just done a thing. The only issue now though is that we have a very low production rate still. It is a shame we're getting rid of a lot of this excess iron. I wonder, maybe instead of getting rid of it, we can set up circuit logic to then reprocess some of these rocks into other things, such as calcite. Because we do need more calcite. Okay, maybe. Can we fit any more reprocessors here? Somewhere on the ship. Maybe we need to fit them down here. Okay, so if we grab some more crushers. And they grab then we can set these to reprocess into ice chunks and then put them back onto the main belt. But we only want to do that if the iron on this belt is too full. So we can set up some poles to carry some network signals, and then we can run a cable all the way down. This cable is going to read the belt. And then we need some logic circuits. So we need electronic circuits and copper cable. Let's grab some. Do I have any here? Yes, I do. Let's grab a couple of those. Is there anything else we need that we haven't shipped up? No, it all looks fine. Okay. Just send that up. It's a waste of space in the rocket, but that's okay. We have plenty. That's crazy that we have enough water. Oh, what we should be doing is storing this excess water. Just in case, you know? Yeah, what's going on here? We're completely full of the carbonic asteroids. Ah, and then we need to dump the excess. Okay. No, we don't have to dump the excess. Hold on a second. Hold on, chat. Get rid of this. We don't need it. We don't need that many turrets. We don't have to dump the excess here, because we can dump it over here and get it turned. Wait a minute, no, this needs to be everything else. Yeah, my bad. I had it set to reprocessing the oxide chunks into other things. I needed to be processing other things into oxide chunks. So that's probably going to work a lot better now. Are we dumping any other excess? I don't think so. We had excess carbon here. Which I think is fine. Although actually, it would be nice if we could put that on the other side. Yeah, there we go. That might work better. Then we don't have to worry about the excess carbon getting stuck on the same lane of the belt as the excess carbonic asteroid chunks. That should work better. Did I accidentally just get carbon on the belt? I think I did. Can't see it though, so maybe not. Whoops. Okay, should we try running a beacon? Yeah, we can put some productivity on these. Never mind, we can't put productivity. I guess no beacon then. We can run some efficiency though, I reckon. That'll keep the power usage down. 9 megawatts. That's a lot more than the other ship, I believe. Yeah, 5 megawatts was all the other ship could put out. That's pretty good. Okay, the only problem now though is our calcite production is still incredibly slow. So what we probably need to do is swap some of these recipes over a little further. Water's still climbing slowly, so yeah, we just need more calcite. Magazines are filling up, which is nice. Although our iron is a little slow. Why is our iron slow? Just not getting the right chunks. Okay. Probably the best we can do. What I noticed is that Narvis tends to not have a whole lot of asteroid chunks floating around. So maybe this will be better once we send it off to another location. Alright, what do we think, chat? Should we do a test flight? Should we try out a maiden voyage? I'm feeling kind of good about this, actually. Yeah, alright. Let's do it. I'm going to make a save. And we're going to travel first. We're going to first travel over to Gleba. Let me check the map. Yeah, Gleba gets us. Either Gleba or Fulgora gets us closer to Aquilo. So I'm going to send it over to Gleba. Let's go. Oh no, only 2 thrusters are active. What's wrong? What did I miss? Oh, I missed some of the fuel. Right, okay. How do we fix that? Whoops, we're only at... Oh, hang on, the speed's kind of slow too. Only 155. Oh, we forgot our priority system on the laser turrets. There we go, how we're doing. Looking good. I do have the bullet trails mod so I can see the bullets coming out of these things, and because these are red magazines, these gun turrets are shooting red beams, which can be a little confusing considering that we also have red lasers. Okay, they're collecting good. They're collecting. How's our production rate going? Fuel is going down. So maybe we need to put productivity modules in these. That is going to spike the power usage a little bit. But the nuclear power plants are taking it like a champ. And there we are, we're at Gleba. No casualties at all. We did it, chat. We redesigned a ship and we have even more storage to spare. Oh, that feels good. Oh, look at all that calcite we're getting now. Okay, so what we can do is, if this belt has more items in it than we should have. I need to do a quick check to see what this ends up being. But my idea is that if this belt is full, then we stop producing all this stuff and we instead send the excess metallic chunks down here to get processed into ice chunks. Actually, maybe we can just add more of these. And set these up to do all the other types. So it looks like mostly carbonic is coming through here. That's a lot of carbonic chunks. Yeah, okay. Let's set these recipes up for just carbonic chunks. There's way too many. But yeah, we did it. We finally got a new ship. However, we do have a problem with the piping down here. So I need to get the blue fuel into here. Hang on, let's send this... Oh, hang on. I'm really bad at this mapping system. Let's send this back to Narvis. And we need to redesign this. This is a little slow. The thrust is 102 meganewtons. And we're at 600 tons. Yeah, so that kind of checks out. So we end up at a speed of about 150 kilometers per second. With 4 of these thrusters. So with 6 of them, that should get us to 200, I think. But what if we could go faster? What if we went even faster and put 8 thrusters on? How many do we have spare? We have 2 more. Could even do 10. I have some more in here. There's 2 more. We need some more crushers as well, so I'll send that up. Is there anything else I need? No, that should be enough. Alright, we're gonna wait for the ship to arrive. Gotta wait for Electric Boogaloo to arrive. And then I gotta figure out how to expand this area to be a little nicer. That turret's got good coverage, so I don't need to worry about defense anymore down here. I just gotta make sure not to break these belts. But that should be easy. I might just move the thrusters a little further down and widen them out a little bit. Okay, here we are. So, let's send this up. And then I'm going to cut these out. Let's say we moved I'm down here. And then put a bit of spacing in between them. Did something like that. Yeah, okay, and then let's copy that over. Something like that. Is that symmetrical? Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, it's not quite symmetrical. That should be symmetrical. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, there we go. Cancel these out here. So anything else we will need on a ship like this? Chat, what do you think? We've got our defense, we've got our processing, we've got our foundries going. Nuclear plant's doing okay in here. I've got way too many of these reactors, I think. I don't think I need that many. And then the steam turbines are just sitting here. They're chilling. Actually, you know what I'm thinking? This setup here, when we're idle like this, say above a planet and expecting science packs, we're not doing anything with the power. And yet the fuel cells are ticking down. Is there a way we can turn them off? What's the best way to turn these off? What condition are we looking for? Can we read power? Reconnect this back up to the hub. Temperature. Okay, if we read the temperature, we need to connect that to something. If we connect it to the arms that pick up the fuel cells, and we disable if... where is it? If we disable it if the temperature... Enable disable if the temperature is less than 1K? Because a combined 1K is 500 in here each, and we only need 500 to run the steam turbines. That's cool. They get this little extra circuit looking thing on them. That's kind of neat. So he's disabled right now. If we knock the fuel out of that, these guys don't need to insert fuel until this drops below 5K. Then they can just insert once. If I set the stack size to just 1, they only need to put 1 in at a time so that it doesn't just sit here burning all the time. That might be a little more efficient. Then we can save on our fuel cells a bit. Yeah, okay, we'll see how that goes. These thrusters are looking good. Is there anything else I need? Ultimately, I would like to be making more calcite. Hang on, the belt's stuck. Belt's stuck because we have excess. Okay, if we bypass that. Yeah, there we go. Forms a bypass. We've also got excess over here that's not moving, so we need to do a bypass there as well. There we go. That is a lot of stuff. And I've just realized a problem. The calcite can't get out of here because we have too much ice. And we also have way too much... Ooh, okay. Okay, I know what I have to do. I have to... in a splitter. The priority is on the right. Then the excess comes back down here and we can jettison it somewhere. Maybe we just jettison it on the side here. Let's copy this back over. Dealing with the excess is quite an ordeal. Okay. It's such a shame to see all this excess go, but we kind of need... I need it. Why is this not... Oh, wait, that is going. Maybe instead of productivity, we go for speed. That way we don't have to jettison as much because we can actually use it instead. There we go. Look at that. We got movement again. Yeah, I still think we need to configure these circuits up so that they only start converting things into ice if we don't have enough ice available. Yeah, okay. Which means we're going to need some more power poles to be able to reach that. So we could request power poles. Well, let's request the steel ones because they have longer range. And then we need power poles. Okay, yep, so we can run a circuit onto this belt. And if this belt is full in any way, we can then turn... Oh, wait, no. If this is empty, it means we don't have any excess coming out, which means we likely need more chunks. So then we can run the cables down here, and that's when we turn on these guys. So this guy will enable disable if this is going to output a signal of the ice chunks. So this needs to enable disable if the ice chunks is less than or equal to 0, or just equal 0, I guess. Let's copy that over. Do we have anyone shipping the power poles? Yes, we do. Hey, Thoracic Meat 5, welcome back to the stream. How you doing? New ship? Yeah, it is. It's called Electric Boogaloo because it's my second ship, but it's... yeah, it is chunky. It's a chonker. I did just do a maiden test flight over to Gleba and it made it really well. It made the trip without any hiccups, so that was nice, the first try. It's using nuclear power reactors, although I'm only using this side here. And I've done a little circuit logic on this thing where it turns off these arms so that they don't put fuel in until the temperature gets close to 500. Actually, now that I think of it, I should probably adjust this to, say, 1.1k. So it doesn't reach and fall under 500 degrees, but we only need 500 degrees Celsius to use the steam turbine. So while it's above 500 degrees Celsius, we don't need to be putting any more fuel cells in. And I thought this was a bit of genius on my part, because this is going to save us a lot of fuel. As you can see, that temperature is holding really well. So that's cool. Yeah. Yep, that's pretty cool. So next we need to run just realized there was an ad break running. So for those of you that missed it, I set up a circuit logic here where we turn off the arms that give the fuel to the nuclear reactors if the temperature is below 600 degrees Celsius. Sorry, if the temperature is above. While it's above that temperature, because we only need 500 degrees Celsius to run the steam turbines, we don't need to be putting more fuel in, because that's just going to burn the fuel at a constant rate. And we don't need to be burning the fuel if the temperature is already up. And as you can see, the temperature is staying above 600 degrees because we're not really using the temperature very much right now, mainly because the ship's kind of in idle mode at the moment, since we're just parked above the planet. But I thought that was rather genius on my part. I'm pretty excited and happy with how that turned out. The next thing I need to do is I need to get the rest of these thrusters going, because I only got a few thrusters working, or activating rather, on the maiden test flight. So I thought, okay, well, I wanted 6, but then I realized I could do more than 6. I think Twitch has AI that places ads just when you're explaining something interesting. I mean, maybe. Get those investments going. So I need to run... I've done this little setup where running these diagonally can run some of the fuel between the lines for these thrusters. And that might save me on a little bit of piping, but I still need to cross over these pipes, which I can easily do. I could easily do using one of these tanks. That'll get the diagonal going from the, what do you call it? For the blues. Or flip it around and I could do it for the oranges. But then there's no space to actually connect the rest of them up, which is a little annoying. But I could put that down anyway and then run some fuel lines from here. We do need to put down some of these. I can run the fuel lines here all the way across. And then that should... Oh, hang on. We're out of platforms. I need to get some more platforms sent up, which they're coming up now. But that should help with the thrusters. This is going to end up with 10 thrusters on the ship. So if we copy this over to this side, then I need to figure out what to do about here. I think this is going to be blue, the oxidizer. And then we need to get the orange fuel across. And we can run another pipe here. That'll get the orange or the blue fuel into here. Oh wait, no. Don't need to do that, because we already have blue fuel going into here and routing back into here, so we don't need to worry about that. I just need to get the orange fuel across. Yes, okay, so if I run orange fuel like that, which we could actually do with yet another tank. And then we just need to run this across. We can get rid of these pipes up here. Okay, plug that in. There we go. And that should plug all of that in. Like that. Yep, there we go. You can see in the bottom right, thruster fuel is filled up. Now we just need the oxidizer, which comes from here. There we go. That's all filled up. Ah, but this thruster is not connected because I've blocked him off with the tank, so we can't do the tank. But we can just do that, and that'll connect them up. So that's 5 thrusters on that side. Oh wait, no, I've done the same mistake over here. Okay, we can't use the tanks. Ah, that's a shame. I wanted to be clever with the tanks. Yeah, okay, that's got to connect up there, and that has to connect up there. I think that's all of them connected up. It's a little ugly, but it's the best we got. So I'm then going to copy all this, flip it. No, hang on, that didn't flip. Blueprint with thruster cannot be flipped. Why can you not be flipped? Are you serious? We cannot flip the thrusters. Oh, that's so annoying. Okay, we can do it piece by piece then, I suppose. So this is going to connect blue up. How are we connecting? Okay, we need to run this. No, wait, hang on. Okay, this is the part that starts to do my head in a little. Maybe we do need... Let's try and copy this over. This is going to be orange, which means we need to bring it in from here. We can kind of dance around with these pipes. That'll work. So that's filling this up with fuel. And then we need to somehow get this connected. We can do like this. Yeah, there we go. Plug that in. That's filling these two up. It's not filling this one up. Now it's filling this one up. And now it's filling these up. There we go. 10 thrusters are now connected and fueled up. So the last thing to do now is to run a test to see how the consumption rate of that ends up being. So let's travel back to Gleba. What's our speed end up being? We've reached 200. It doesn't look like we're going any quicker than 200. Oh, it would be nice if we could get to 300. But we've got a giganewton of thrust. Oh, that's insane. But it's not quite enough. I would like to get to 300. How are we doing up here with defense? It's looking okay. It would be nice if we could get some better arms or some more arms up here, but for the most part, I think we're alright. Maybe I can put some arms up here. Yeah, that might work better. And here we are at Glibber. So that was a good trip. It was quicker. And how's our fuel looking? Oh, we used up half of our fuel. Okay. And that's mostly because this is slow. So if we were able to somehow squeeze in a beacon, I reckon then we could be looking at a good ship. So let's slap down a beacon, put some speed modules in it. That is going to spike the power up, so that's 1 megawatt each. That's okay. And then I need to fit another beacon in here to increase the speed of these guys. Let's just copy and paste this. There we go. So what's that going to be now? That's still slow. Maybe we need to move these tanks down. Oh crap, that just contaminated the pipes. Whoops. Let's not do that. Right, because we got that pipe there. We don't need that there. Could run another pipe here, and then we can fit a beacon in here. This will do speed. And then if we do the same over here... No, we can't. Hang on. This is getting a little cramped. Where can we fit another tank that's not going to contaminate? Guess we could just stick it in here for now. Chuck another beacon. What's that speed in up? Oh, we're out of iron. Why are we out of iron? Because we're genuinely... Okay, we have way too many metallic chunks. We need to get rid of them. So let's grab our splitter. Split that up. And then the excess ends up going over to... Where can we send that to? We got a gap here we could send it and jettison. Or... No, hang on. We don't need the jettison, that's right. We can chuck it straight back onto the main belt, where that will be converted back into ice chunks later. Yeah, that's a better idea. Let's chuck this on to here. Yep, so then that'll loop all the way around and get turned back into, hopefully, ice chunks, but anything else is fine, because eventually that'll trickle back down into ice chunks, I'm hoping. There you go, our iron's back online, so how quick's this going now? Look at our production statistics. Fluids. 36k per minute. Consumption, though, would be... What was our peak? 72k per minute. Ooh. So we're only producing half of what we need. Okay. How do I fix that? Chat, do you have any ideas on how I can fix that production rate? What if I squeezed some more beacons in? And then we move the tanks over here like that. Maybe something like that. That's all connected up again. Yeah, what if we put some beacons here like that? What's the production speed on that going to be? Oh wow, these are full already. Fluids, what did we peak at? We peaked at 102k per minute. Ooh. Okay. Hold on a sec, we might be cooking, chat. We might just be cooking. How are we doing on power? Oh yeah, power's fine. Power's fine. Heck yeah. Let's squeeze in some more power storage just in case we run out of power for whatever reason. Knowing my luck. Okay. This might be the ultimate test. But let's just get this back to Narvis. But I think we might actually be able to try out heading to Aquila now. Speed's holding, 230, 220. No, wait, speed's going down. Why is speed going down? Thruster fuel's kept up? That's good. Oh yeah, it's all full. Hang on a minute. We might even be able to put an extra thruster on. What if we squeeze the thruster in here like that? Or what if we... I remember someone said you could actually put thrusters, stack them ahead of each other. No, it doesn't look like you can. Okay. Wait, what happened? What happened to our fuel? We lost one side. Why did they stop? Yeah, good question. I think I disconnected the pipe somehow. Yes, I did. Okay, whoops. Let's not make that mistake. There we go. That should reconnect them up. There we go. So, should we start shipping up all the items we need to build on Aquilo? So, I don't know much or anything at all about Aquilo, but from what I do know, just by looking at the technology, it's cold, which means we need to be able to make all this stuff. So the oceans are made out of ammoniacal? How do you pronounce that? But the oceans are basically made of ammonia, which we can turn into ice and ammonia. Then we can make crude oil. Okay, so that we got crude oil, which means we need pump jacks. And we need the offshore pumps to get the ammonia. Then we can make rocket fuel from water. Where do we get water from? Oh, ice, obviously. And ice platforms. Okay, so that's how we expand our base. So then with that, what else do we need? Lithium. Holmium plates. Oh, okay. So we're going to have to make a stop at Fulgora and grab some holmium plates before we can continue our trip. We need furnaces to be able to turn lithium into lithium plates. So let's make sure we have... Actually, can you do that in a foundry? No. And then the cryogenics. How do you make a cryogenic plant? Oh boy. Okay, so you can't use foundries to make lithium plates. It has to be done in a furnace. So we have to bring regular furnaces. And then cryogenic plants needs superconductors and processing units and concrete. So we're going to have to bring concrete, processing units, and superconductors with us. And then we can make cryogenic science packs with everything that we have on there. Okay, so we need to make sure that we have enough of that stuff. Let me go and grab the resources we need to be able to build a rocket pad, a rocket silo, and a landing pad for the cargo. Yeah, let's do that. So we need steel plates, processing units, and concrete, as well as some more electric engine units. So I have to go up to the electronics factory and grab some, which is easy. We need 1,000 steel plates, 1,000 concrete. So let's grab our steel plates. That's 1,000 there. We need 1,000 concrete, and then we need another 200 for the landing pad. And then we need pipes, which I have down here. Might actually grab a few so we can ship them over, since we're going to be dealing with liquids by the sounds of things. And then we need our processing units. I actually have some here. And then our electric engine units. But I can't craft the silo here because it can't fit on a rocket. So I'm going to have to just ship the items on their own. Do I need defenses on Aquilo? Is there anything there that's going to kill me other than maybe frostbite? I don't think they would do that to me, would they? The devs wouldn't put frostbite in the game. Surely. Electric engine. Oh, that's right. I've got electric engines down here in a buffer. Down at the train stop. Where are they? Here they are. So we can grab some electric engine units. Actually, I might grab a few more just to craft with over at the spaceport. Oh, we can make 100 thrusters. I mean, that would be cool to have on the ship. That would be pretty funny. God, what kind of what size of a ship would that be to actually handle 100 thrusters? That's insane. I don't think you could actually process enough asteroids to do that. But anyway, we need a bunch of belts, which I have over at the spaceport. Only one way to find out if that is true. Instead of the factory must grow, it's the ship must grow. We do need heat exchangers. Ah, that's right. So we can't really do nuclear power. Because we'd have to ship... I mean, I suppose we could. But we can't really do nuclear power because we need water. We need power to make the water. So yeah, it would have to be heating towers, which needs boilers, heat pipes, and concrete. Okay, let's grab some more concrete and make some heating towers. We can also grab some more furnaces while we're there, because I think we're going to need them. Concrete, where are you? Here we go, 1, 2, 3. Heating towers also need boilers. How do we make boilers? Stone furnaces and pipes. I think we have some excess stone here. Not being stored though. There we go, there's 4 heating towers. We need heat pipes, which means copper. And then we have to think about what fuel source we're going to use for those heating towers. And looking at what we have available, we have wood, which I don't think would be very good. Coal, which is a lot. Oh wait, hang on, no. Solid fuel. Hang on, don't we get solid fuel easily from Aquilo? Yeah, crude oil and ammonia makes solid fuel. Or water and solid fuel makes rocket fuel. So that could be easy. I was thinking otherwise I could bring some nuclear fuel, which we can fit 10 of onto a rocket, but it only stacks 1, so that is a little annoying. But you get 1.2 gigajoules compared to the rocket fuel, which is 100 megajoules. So that's, one of these is worth 12 of these, but you can fit 20 of these in a stack. You can fit 20 rocket fuel in a stack, so it's probably better space-wise to just bring rocket fuel. So we might just stick to the rocket fuel. Let's grab some more pipes. How are our heating towers going? We're going to have 10 plus 4. I think that's good. We just need heating pipes now, don't we? Probably a lot of them too. How many do we need? What do you reckon, chat? I feel like I'm going to need 100. If I remember correctly, I had a quick look at the tutorial section and I noticed this. This does not look fun. Because it means we're going to need long arm inserters on everything pretty much. So what you have to do is you have to run a heating tower that then heats the pipes, and then the pipes need to run beside everything, otherwise it freezes over and the whole factory dies. It's a little scary, to be honest. I wonder if this is one of the only planets that you could actually properly brick yourself on. I mean, worst comes to worst, we have an automated factory on Narvis, and we have a good ship now, so we could just ship things over when we need an emergency. Or when we're in an emergency. We don't need emergencies. Yeah, okay, that's... And then that finally... Frostpunk. Yeah, it's a bit like that. We're playing Frostpunk in Factorio now. And then that finally makes stuff. Every entity needs to be touching a heat source in order to not freeze. The exception is electric poles, solar panels, and accumulators. So solar panels could be okay. However, this game has a nasty little thing where you have solar power in atmosphere. And the bastards have made it 1% on Aquilo. You're kidding. 1% solar panel. Alright, I guess we're not doing solar power then. But the heating towers make heat. Oh, but then for power we need to put that in a heat exchanger. But then turbines. Okay, we need heat exchangers and turbines then. Heat exchangers need copper and steel. Okay, so from the sounds of things, we're gonna need all this copper. Now there's a lot of prep work you gotta do for this planet. I'll make 40 heat exchangers, and then we need gears for the steam turbines, which I have here. If I'm doing 40 heat exchangers, what's the ratio on that? We produce... no, we're producing 100 steam per second, and these consume 60 per second. Wait a minute, what's the ratio? 40 megawatts. A nuclear reactor does 40 megawatts. I've got the bonuses on here, so that's 120 times 4. That's 480. 480 does... How many of these? I have 8 times 6, so that's 48 again. Yeah, okay, so I have enough. So I have... Okay, I need to make 48 of these things. And then 48 heat exchangers does 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 5 times 16 is 80. So 48 heat exchangers does 80 turbines. Okay. Remember that, chat. 48 heat exchangers does 80 turbines. So then we need to provide 480 megawatts worth of power from heating towers. So that's 480 divided by 40. That's 12 heating towers. We have 14, so we got a couple spare. That should be enough to give us a gigawatt of power on Aquilo. I think that'll get us well prepared, so I'm pretty happy about that. Next is just a crap ton of heating pipes. I don't know what sort of ores are going to be available on Aquilo. It's probably not going to be much, so we'll have to ship everything down. What I think it's probably time to do then is... You know, what is all this being used for? We're making circuits, and all this is going to... just fill that up. Okay, I'm going to disconnect this. I'm going to disconnect that, and then we're going to repurpose all this copper and repurpose all this steel over here into making copper, into making heat pipes. Yep, okay, so let's speed this up. Grab our splitter. An underground belt. Run that under. Okay, and then we need some assembling machines making heat pipes. Probably just do 2. And then run this up here. Actually, we can run this over here. This is a little compact, actually. Maybe we move this down here. Set them up for heat pipes. Yeah, we want to buffer a lot of these for Aquilo, I think. Depends on how big the factory is going to end up getting, to be honest. I have no idea how big it's going to get. Okay, that should be enough. Let's put down... Provide a chest. Hi, have you seen what you can mine on Aquilo yet? This planet is dependent on exports. I have no idea what to expect, to be honest. I have a pretty beefed up factory. Yeah, I have a pretty beefed up factory that produces kind of everything that I need. And then I've got a ship that's able to hopefully make the trip. But yeah, all I know is you can do You get ammonia. I assume you get crude oil because there's crude oil on the planet so you can get started. But I don't know if there's any other ores on there. I know there's lithium. That is something we get. Lithium brine. Holmium's a problem. I have to export holmium from Fulgora. And what else do we need? Carbon fiber and tungsten I will have to export as well to be able to make the foundations. I'm not sure what else we need though, so I guess this will be a problem if I don't have enough, but I'll make sure to be bringing enough to make a rocket pad and some rockets to get back off the planet if things go sour. Also, welcome to the stream. Hoping you have a good day. And then we need to power this. Probably like that. Ah, that's not in a logistics network. Okay, we need to connect it up to one. That should be good. Yep, alright, nice. One thing I noticed is I need to make a couple more asteroid collectors. What's going on here? That's fine. I need to make a couple more asteroid collectors because I ran out on the ship, so let's just load into these structures. Should be easy enough. I've got my heating towers. I've got some heating pipes, but I got more crafting. I don't have enough steam turbines. Actually, I don't have enough concrete either for the rocket silo. No, wait, I do. No, I do. Okay. I do need to make some more steam turbines, and that needs gears and copper. So let's grab some of those. How many did I say I need? I'd need 80 to supply... Yeah, I need 80 steam turbines to satisfy 48 heat exchangers, which will satisfy 12 heating towers. That's a gigawatt of power. How many of these do we have? Ooh, they're kind of crafting semi-quickly. Maybe, except these are really slow. So what if we split these off? This is absolute spaghetti. I should really use bots for this, to be honest. I don't know why I'm not using bots. It would be so much easier. Oh, this is hard. Wait, no, hang on. That's too many. I've already got a belt here for the steel. I can just bring it down to there. There we go. Okay, while that builds, we can think about the rest of our turbines. Need some more copper. And pipes. And gears. And gears. Yeah, that's going to be not enough. That's going to get us to 50, maybe 60. We can probably do with a couple another 20. Where are the gears again? I'm getting lost in my own factory. I do this every time. I get lost so easily. That's still not quite enough. Okay, we got 50 plus 30. I think that's enough. Cool. Now we're just waiting on these heat pipes. Yeah, I get a feeling I'm going to need thousands of these heat pipes. That needs copper and steel. Okay, maybe I need to head up and grab them in bulk. Which I should have a whole bunch up north here. Yep, here's some steel, so we can grab 1,000 steel. And then we can grab... Actually, I'm not storing... Oh no, I am storing copper. Grab 1,000... No, 2,000 copper. And that makes 100 steel... Oh my goodness. Okay, let's grab 4,000 copper. And 2,000 steel. That's another 200 heat pipes. Another 2,000 steel. Okay, that's 500 heat pipes. Hopefully that's enough. Probably won't be though. We need to make sure we're bringing enough inserters, especially the long-armed inserters. I think they're going to be paramount on this planet. That I have to space things apart a lot more than just doing my standard arrays. Yeah, this is going to really change the game. This will be interesting. Let's grab a bunch of these, a bunch of the fast ones, a bunch of the bulk ones. Grab some of those. Ah, beacons and modules. That'll probably be useful. I don't have the productivity modules yet because Gleber is dead. And probably dead to me as well. But we do have speed and tier 3 efficiency modules, although I already shipped those across. I'm looking for my chests. Actually, can we use bots on Aquilo? Do bots work? That is certainly a question. Okay, maybe we just bring regular chests. I don't imagine bots would work because you'd have problems with the freezing. How do you solve the freezing problem, Mr. Stark? All right, that should be everything. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now it's a matter of shipping it all up, which could take a little while. Alrighty, here we go. So, let's get these turbines shipped up. I can turn off the automatic requests. Okay, so that's 80 steam turbines, and then we can ship up the heat exchangers. Yeah, listen to that. Listen to the roar. That is so satisfying. That never gets old. I say this every time, but it never gets old. That is so cool. Ship a bunch of this stuff across. Okay, nice. That's gonna fly up. Yeah, and belts. That's going to be fun to deliver. Okay, we need 1,000 concrete, so... There's a bunch. That's 900 concrete. As we say in the dev world, ship it. Here we go, furnaces in, our heating towers can go in. What could possibly go wrong? Exactly. This is going to be fine. We're stressing about nothing. Everything is going to be okay. Okay, here we go. Heat exchangers going in. Can put our cargo landing pad in as well. And we need a whole bunch of inserters. Yeah, putting these beacons between these rockets really makes a difference. That was such a good idea. Otherwise, I'd be sitting around waiting, or I'd have to build so many more rockets and click launch so many more times. Ooh, that would be annoying. Ah, that's right. We needed to make those asteroid collectors. That just needs a bunch more of these. Okay, heat pipes. How many of these can we fit? Looks like just one stack per. Okay. Automatic start. I mean, is that like when we go to the ship and set up sections here? Is that what you mean? I could set that up. I probably would anyway when we need to start shipping remotely. Okay, I've shipped the concrete. I don't need this concrete anymore in my inventory. Yes, okay. Yeah, I could do that. The only thing is I'm kind of just eyeballing what I need. Don't really know how much of this stuff I will eventually need, so I'm just kind of making it up as I go along. We're going to need a lot of pipes. And we also need tanks, which needs iron plates. I'm going to grab some iron plates from the research factory over here, which is looking light on military science. Why are we light on that? We shouldn't be. Oh wait, we are, because we don't have enough walls. Okay, what's wrong with our wall creation? Not bringing enough bricks in, and that's because we just aren't bringing enough bricks in. What's wrong with our bricks? Oh, the drills are kind of going out. Okay. Maybe we need to fix that. There we go. Ah, but it's outside the Roboport range, so we need to extend that a little further. Cool. Hopefully that'll fix that up. You'll still have to come back for more. Yeah. I think you may be right. Oh man, I got sidetracked. I need iron. That's right. Where's the iron sitting? I think it's... Okay, it's not sitting here at all. We're out of iron. Cool. Is it at least on the way? Yes, it's filling up a little slowly. It's a little slower than I want it to be, so let's put one of those in. Okay, we got our asteroid collectors. Chemical plants. How many chemical plants do I still have up here? 20. Is that enough? Electromagnetic plant. We can do the same trick we did on Gleba and just ship over the rocket parts. Although it is a longer trip. Okay, maybe we'll eventually have to start making the rocket parts on Falgor. Okay, yeah, this is dead. This is dead. I am not doing well. Why is this dead? What went wrong? Oh, okay, that needs to just start picking stuff up. That's easy. Yeah, my plan was I wanted to expand all this holmium production. Although this is really full, so that's good. I wanted to expand the holmium production, but I felt like I couldn't really because I was just space limited. Like there's plenty of space here, but I kind of getting power over to these islands was challenging. So I figured if I went for those foundations, then I could just build over this whole ocean here and build a big foundation and build a big factory. But I did some exploring around and I found that, yeah, there wasn't really any big land masses like you get on Narvis. So that's kind of annoying. But we're going to Aquilo now, so we'll be able to solve that pretty soon. And Gleb is also dead too. I had it working, I had it working in the last stream, but now it's not. And I've completely run out of eggs, so I'm gonna have to sort that out next time I come back to Gleba. But that's okay. I also will be able to unlock the Tesla turrets soon, and that should help defend us from those big scary monsters on Gleba. Yeah. In the meantime, we still need to get these sorted out. That's a small amount, so we can fit some of these on. How many heat pipes do we have stored up in here? It's kind of alright. Could get those shipped across with bots. Is there anything else I'm missing before we begin? Cryogenic plant, chemical plant. That's all fine. The lithium is done in furnaces and not foundries, so that's fine. Quantum processes are done in electromagnetic plants. Okay, so I'm gonna have to bring some EM plants. For Gleba, artillery and Tesla would be the best choices, yes. Artillery? I don't even have artillery yet. Why am I so behind on my research? Where is artillery? There we go. 1500. Yeah, that'll oh, in 30 seconds. That'll unlock in like a few minutes. That's fine. I want to keep researching projectile damage though for the spaceships. Something that's scaring me. Okay, hear me out. Something that's really scaring me is the fact that I had to unlock rocket turrets before I get to Aquilo. Actually, yeah, I have to unlock rocket turrets before I get to Aquilo. Oh no. Wait a sec, that means I'm gonna have to get back to Gleber and get more science packs. Which also means I'm gonna need those Tesla turrets to deal with the critters. Okay, how many packs do we have here? Plenty. I'm going to send Electric Boogaloo. You're gonna go straight to Falgora. And you're gonna pick up those science packs. Oh boy. Okay, and then you're going to ask for as many science packs as you can. Oh, darn it. 5k. This ship here can probably go on its merry way. I don't think we need anything else. It's a really, really slow ship, this one, but it's what got us here. It's what got us this far. So it deserves to keep going, I guess, and not rotting away. This guy's going quick. I mean, okay, not that much quicker. Oh, damage taken. Dang it. What happened? What did I miss? So I guess we need more turrets then. Oh, that's annoying. So we're gonna need a turret here and probably a turret. Repair packs for your ship are also a good idea. Ooh, that is true. I wonder if we have enough copper to think about making circuits up here. What do repair packs need? Iron gears and circuits. We could produce them up here, actually. Don't have any space to do it, though, do I? Could squeeze it in up here, maybe? If I move these down... Yeah, okay, if we... Oh no, hang on, I'm out of stuff. Okay, let's set up this first so we don't end up going back and forth. Signal, we want our Falgora packs to be greater than 1k. Oh god, what's going on? Ooh, yeah, okay, yep, we need those repair packs. Okay, we'll wait for that to pick stuff up, and then we need to send down the excess stuff here. We can continue reprocessing. This turret probably needs to move. And then we get our belt around here. And then somehow we need to get the belt back over here. No, wait, it needs to get back up here. Ooh. Ah. Also, slow down the ship so your turrets have more time to shoot. Ooh. I mean, I kind of wanted a fast ship, but maybe you're right. Maybe fast is not good. Okay, I have to look at that. Maybe I can turn some of these off. I pull that off and pull that off. That'll cut these two ships. That might drop it down to 200. Can I reach this across? Yes, I can. And then we can copy the circuit logic settings. And then somehow we need to get this back up. Actually, we could do it pretty easily. We just bring it up here. Yeah, there we go. That might do it. If you have a spare assembler, you could try to manually grab stuff from the ship's core and toss it into the assembler to make stuff. Yeah, I could. But I would need the items for that from somewhere, wouldn't I? Let's get rid of these. See if we can make those repair packs. So they need gears and circuits. Gears are easy. This needs to speed up. Let's put some speed in here. This is going to make gears. And then that's going to go into here. And then we need our circuits. This is probably where we need an EM plant. But where are we going to fit an EM plant on here? We need to be making copper wires. Man, if only we could use drones on here. Okay, maybe we need to move this over here. Take the belt of copper plates and destroy it. That would transfer the copper plates to the core. That will let you make copper wire. But I'd have to... That wouldn't be automatic, would it? Because then I'd have to keep destroying it manually. I kind of want to just keep it upkept. Or keep the upkeep going. Try putting this around here. Yeah, we're gonna have to make some space here, I think. Unless we can fit... some copper wires in there. Then I need to get that copper plate going. Okay, no, easy, easy. I know how to do this. I can split this. Very true, you'd have to do this manually at first so you can get your ship to novice and get the full production. Yeah. Yeah, I can split this, put it in here, and then put this over there. And then on this side, I can filter copper to come out on this side. And I don't even think I need to wrap that around. I think I can just put an arm here to pick that up. Yeah, there we go. A big brain in this. Oh wait, I need space to make the circuits. Okay, this is the part where my brain explodes. Hang on. I also need... I need to get this iron over to here, and then we can make circuits in an EM plant. EM plant probably goes here. Let's do the copper wires over here, and then EM plant here for the productivity. Plus we get some efficiency from this beacon. That runs at 400 kilowatts, that's pretty good. So then I need the iron. Where am I going to get the iron from? Maybe if I... That's pulling the steel out. Hang on, what if I... Get rid of these. And if I run a tunnel under here... Yeah, there we go. That'll get our stuff around. Yes. Now we just need to export that. What's better, setting up production or launching one rocket to deliver a repair kit? I mean, yeah, rockets will probably do it. But I'm also thinking if a ship like this is going to be the one to make the final trip at the end of the game, I would like to try and make these on the fly. Then the repair packs. Oh, the repair packs need to make it back to the hub. Oh, yikes. How are we going to do that? Okay, hang on. How's our science doing? Okay, we haven't actually been shipping any science. That's a goof. Space resources are effectively free, so if you can design the ship correctly, you can set up a mall of materials that the ship needs. True. I really should have designed this with more space in mind. I suppose I could cut and paste and move everything upwards. Or in the meantime, I'm just waiting for the electromagnetic packs to ship up, and then we can send this ship back to Narvis. That should be an easy trip. I can ship the remaining items we need to repair all this. I need to get these repair packs back into the hub. I need space to do it, I suppose. I don't have any room down here. Hang on, but these tunnels can go a long way, can't they? Yeah, okay. If I can get a tunnel going from here to here. Yep, this might work. I need to get... Okay, let's maybe move this down. This is so tight. Oh, yeah, we need that back. I need to get my iron plates. Let's put a tunnel here. Move that around there. Okay. There we go. We're traveling on the way back. And this gives us space now to run an inserter. Okay, and now we have space to also extract our repair packs. And we can bring this all the way down. Oh, we're out of tunnels. That's fine. We'll replenish that in a second. Oh, wait. No. Ah! Back to novice. I forgot to put a weight condition. We need these to equal 0. But I also want to just pause the thrust. I should put a time passed as well. Let's say 5 seconds. Just so I can catch the ship when it arrives as well. Okay, time passed. 5. Cool. So that's going to be our repair packs sorted. But we want to make sure we don't make too many. Okay, hang on. I need to run another circuit logic. I need I need a power pole. Yeah, I think that'll reach. So let's wire these back up. We're reading the contents. So we only want to craft this if our repair packs are less than a stack. But that's going to craft infinitely because I don't have the tunnels to actually fill it. Whoops. While we're at it, we might as well start sending up tunnels as well. Okay, I'm going to turn on the automatic request again so that it can ask for the space platforms it needs. We need more gun turrets, I think. Oh no, we have some spares. Yep, okay, it's asking for space platforms. That's good. So we have over 100 repair packs in here, which means this thing should have stopped. Yeah, disabled by control behavior. Cool. Oh, hang on. Our belt is completely jam-packed. What happened? Too full. Okay. Right. What we should do then, let's create a splitter. We need yet another circuit network. I'm going to read the contents of this belt. And if we want it to go on the right side and we want to switch it over to the left side, if we've got more than a certain amount, because we want to make sure that there's space for our crushers here to be able to deposit onto the belt. So the output side needs to switch. You need a way to jettison asteroid chunks if there are too many of them. 3 inserters that take from the belt to toss into space if their asteroid type is above a certain value. Yeah, that's what I'm about to set up here with the splitter. So this is... No, I think I need one of these guys. The other fun is the belt measuring will stop at the splitter. Yeah, so I need to take the input of this. This is probably just going to be... Oh wait, there's no anything? How do I read anything that's coming in on here? Just use wires to connect the different belt segments. I could, yeah. Now, circuit network, there's 45 on the network. Okay, that's just for measuring then. I can then wire these up. And we set the output side to the left if everything is greater than let's say 40, and we do the opposite. Oh, hang on, I might need to flip this around. Wait, what? Remember, you also have to take into account if equal to 40. I think the belt limit is 45. If I look at this arithmetic combinator, combined, it equals to, what's that? 21 plus 17 plus 4 is 42. So there's a little bit of gap if I leave 40. So it'll jettison 2 if we're full. I think, if I'm understanding it correctly, I think that's what we're after. But then how do I combine all these together? I need to combine... Where is it? I need to combine the chunks. I think. Maybe we need 2 of these. Hang on. Fun part is jettisoning the right asteroids. If you have a lot of asteroids with only a few ice asteroids, you don't want to jettison the ice. Yeah, that's true. I mean, if I'm just jettisoning enough to put a small gap in here for them to deposit, then we've got enough of a sushi belt here. Sushi belt, I think it's called. We've got enough of a looped belt going around that they'll still be able to reprocess them. I think a high enough rate. So I'm hoping that's going to be enough. Otherwise, I'm going to have to do some crazy circuit logic. This needs to output a signal. Let's call it a small ice asteroid. And then this needs to combine the ice asteroid signal with a carbonic chunk, and that produces a signal output. Oh, wait, no, this needs the plus. What am I doing? Plus 42. Okay, cool. And that connects to this. So now if we check for our signal, oh my goodness, I don't have enough space. Now we can jettison. I have to get to sleep. Have fun and the factory must travel. Ah, yes. Thanks for hanging out, man. Hope you have a good sleep. We'll catch you next time, hopefully. Okay, so that's going to jettison all that. And that should hopefully... Oh, hang on, no, that's wrong. Wait a second. Why has that died? Probably because we need a priority splitter here and a tunnel. There we go. Okay, so we've got more than what we want. We have 66, so maybe if we have more than 60 instead of 40, we can jettison. We'll see how that goes. Hopefully that keeps the ship going again. Now this here is a problem that I slipped up on. Let's fix that up. Route that around. All right, that should be better. There we go. Now that's moving again. Yep, and that's all coming out on this side of the splitter now that it's moving. I think we just avoided that crisis. Nice. All right, so the next thing we can do is try and increase the amount of turrets we have, because this clearly wasn't enough. Question is, how on earth are we going to increase our turret count? Maybe this is too tightly packed. It's possible we could place some turrets on the inside of this belt. I think the main problem is just that we need more turrets on this corner. Okay, is there any way that I can kind of... Ooh. We can kind of squeeze down here, but then that's not going to be able to power this turret. Now, what if we... What if we split this, and then rather than put it into a loop, it just ends up in a dead output here? Yeah, maybe we don't need to loop this around. And then we get twice as many turrets out here. And then we don't need this guy here. Hang on a minute. We might actually be cooking here. Okay, and then if we copy that over... that still has the copper. That's fine. We don't really care about that too much. Wait, let's copy these across. Maybe that's going to be enough to help us out a little bit. Hopefully? Question mark? Okay, let's get that extra asteroid collector made. We need more low density structures. We also need some more belts for Aquilo. It would be nice if we could turn off, say, Glebber in our stop, because Glebber's not working. So it'd be nice if we could turn it off in the schedule and allow it to just skip across. Let's send all these up. Okay, we are going to need a lot of modules for this, I think. Maybe some accumulators. We need chemical plants. We don't need oil refineries on Aquilo, do we? No, that's furnaces. That's assembly machines. Yeah, I don't think we need oil refineries. Pump jacks, that's what we need. And a bunch of superconductors. Yep, okay, we might send those up. We need the EM plants. What do we need the EM plants for again? The quantum processors, that's what we need them for. We also need carbon fiber, which does unfortunately mean we have to go back to Glebber and fix that up. And we need the tungsten carbide, so we'll have to go and collect that from Vulcanus. Yep, okay. Yeah, we don't need that many electromagnetic plants, surely. 20 should be enough. Alright, inventory check. What do we need for the rocket silo? We have our cargo pad. We've got our 1,000 concrete. We need the blue circuits. 200 processing units. Okay, I can send some up. I'm going to send Landy up so we can also build some rockets. Oh wait, hang on. That just ended up in the inventories. Yeah, it should be enough for a couple rockets to get us off-world if we get stranded. Got the electric engines. And then we need steel. Lots of steel. And I think that's everything. So 1,000 concrete, 1,000 steel is on its way. We got the processing units. We've got transport belts. I can send some more though. And maybe some more splitters. Alrighty. I think that might just be about everything we need from Narvis. How much steel do we have on the ship? 5 stacks. Okay, we can do another 5 stacks. Cool. All right, and then I think that's everything we need from Narvis, so I'm going to dump all this stuff. Oh no, hang on, there's some more things I need to bring. I need to make sure I have enough parts for a rocket, so I don't... and some fuel, so I don't strand myself. If I get stranded, we're in big trouble. Okay, we can fit 5 stacks of these, so that's pretty good. Okay, and I'm going to travel myself to the ship. So the next thing now is to go over to Gleba and fix up the problems we have there. Ah, okay, this thing is consuming a lot of power. Let's make some space for a beacon and then put some efficiency modules in there, and hopefully that drops the power a little. There we go, power's in check. Why do we keep making things with questionable shapes? Alright, whatever. Let's head over to Vulcanus first. And grab... what do you call them? We need to grab those tungsten carbides. So we need to request tungsten carbide, and we'll probably ask for 1,000. How many do we need to make supercomputers, quantum processors? Oh, 1 per. Yeah, okay, easy. So we get 1,000 superconductors, 1,000 tungsten carbides. And then we should be good to go. Oh, then we need our carbon fiber. How many do we need of that? Where is it? Where is it? Just 1. Okay, so we need 1,000 carbon fiber. How do we make carbon fiber? Carbon and Numiko mash. Okay, we got a bit of crafting to do on Gleba, it seems. Yeah, then I'm going to drop down. Actually, I don't even need to drop down, do I? Yeah, I can just wait up here. And the thrusters are all full of fuel. Yes, we did such a good job of that. Okay, so Vulcanus should be filling the rocket, which they are. Nice. Oh, yes. That's about to launch. Materials for building a rocket. Yes, I did bring those. We have 1,000 concrete, 1,000 steel. We got our processing units, our electric engine units, and then some spare processing units, low density structures, and rocket fuel. I think that's everything for the rocket. We also have a cargo and landing pad as well. I think... I can't think of anything else we need. I'm currently sourcing materials to build the quantum processors as well, so we don't have to make any extra trips. I've got plenty of the heat pipes. I got enough heating towers, steam turbines, and heat exchangers to produce 1 gigawatt of power. Well, up to 1 gigawatt of power. I don't think I'll be fueling the whole thing. Yeah, I think I think we're just about good to go. We just need to head to Gleber and get that agricultural research and agricultural research sorted. Speaking of, Starship Fulgora should head over to Gleber now and sit there, because then we can ship back the science packs once we fix Gleber up. Okay, there we go. There's our tungsten carbide. Then we can also request... where is... Oh, we haven't unlocked it yet. Okay. This is enough to understand the mechanics. Alright, cool. Good to know. Okay, I think we're good to move on. So let's fly over to Gleber now. Getting exciting. Okay, Falgora's gonna sit here and wait for science packs, so that's good. We could drop down some uranium and make another nuke. Get rid of those annoying spider things. You'll still have to fly several times. Yeah, probably. Oh, hang on, what happened to our science per minute? Yeah, what the heck? I'm gonna stop the automatic flight and have a quick look at our science. What happened to science? We've completely lost stone bricks. Is that because I messed up over here? It is, isn't it? Ah, there's no power. Okay. It's an easy fix. Power it up. I need to drop to Gleber and fix up this abysmal factory. All the red symbols. Signs of a disaster. Okay, so I don't know what actually happened that caused this to die. It's possible that too much spoilage ended up coming down into the heating tower. Yeah, that is possible. Okay, so first things first, I need to go and grab... Do we have any seeds left? Oh, we lost the heating towers. Not the heating towers, we lost the grow towers. Dang, okay. Yeah, that's annoying. Where is our stuff? Let's grab all that. We can have ourselves a nuke, so we can at least deal with some critters with that. I have my agriculture tower. I have everything I need to replace those. Let's plonk them down. Okay, good. We still have some plants. Still have some crops. That's good. Okay, these guys are really getting on my nerves. Yep, okay, it might be time to nuke them. So I'm going to make a quick save, because this went horribly wrong the last time. Yeah, I don't have the firepower for this. I can try and kite them around. And then drop a nuke. That didn't kill him. I didn't kill all of them. No. Okay. That didn't work. Oh man. I need those Tesla turrets. That's what I really need. Oh my goodness. You should have seen what it was like on the last stream. I had like 50 of those guys trying to kill me. And I had more lasers, but I haven't equipped them this time around. I don't have the explosives to make more nukes. That is annoying. Okay, so this has started back up again, which is good. We're waiting for spoilage. Kind of don't want all the spoilage coming through here, so I'm just going to... Oh, why am I out of belts? Surely we're not out of belts. Okay, I'm going to let all that come through here. That should hopefully be enough spoilage to return to here and get started on the nutrients. And then we can get some bioflux started. And Etsy is also not bad. We're like just mining them? Can you literally just mine them? I'm kind of too scared to try. Okay, there's a pentapod egg. And another. Let's go jumpstart this factory again. Oh, this died. Maybe that's what caused the problem. Okay, hang on. Yeah, maybe... Okay, so the spoilage here completely stopped. Maybe that's the problem. Because that choked up this bioflux system here. Why is that not moving? Oh no, it is. It's just slow. Okay, cool. So if I pick this up just to allow it to keep going. There we go. Bioflux comes back into here. Yeah, and there we go. Okay, that brings everything back online. That might have just been it. One tiny little belt was missing. And the whole factory stopped. Okay, there we go. We've got 2 pentabog things online. And let's make some more... Oh wow, okay, that's... We're really full on white powder, nice. I think everything's looking good. So once this starts feedback looping enough that we can transfer eggs over to the other belt, that should get these guys started up again. And we should have our Mountain Dew science up and running. Now what I might do is send up this spoilage. Never mind. Now let's switch that off. I want to send this to Starship Fulgora, and that ship can send it back to novice to make productivity module 3s. There we go, science packs. Back on track. So I think from memory that was producing at about 300 science per minute, which is double our target of 150, which is pretty good. I should make some repair packs to repair all this stuff in case it breaks the next time something goes wrong. Where's my copper and iron? Here we go. Oh wait, there's the explosives. I can make nukes. There we go, we already got 100 in there, nice. And then, yeah, so what's our production rate now? Items, 150 per minute, so that's our target, and we're exceeding that now. Yeah, these spores are getting around the place. I'm gonna have to go over there and kill those guys, which should be pretty easy. Let's just drop a nuke on them. Oh. Damn it. Okay, let's not do that again. Damn, you get a lot done in 3 minutes. All that progress just disappeared. Did we fix... We did fix all this, didn't we? Yeah, we did. Okay. Okay, let's try and not blow ourselves up this time. No, man, I hate the cooldown. Yeah, they're all dead. That should give us a little bit more space before the spores take them over. Cool. We got a few more pentapod eggs. Let's chuck them into the factory. Okay, cool. We fixed our production of science. That's nice. So I can bring carbon fiber back over. I can bring... Worry about captivity later, stack inserters later. After carbon fiber, we put in the rocket turrets. Needs 1,000. Okay, here comes the science packs. What's up with these? Why are these so slow? Low power? Oh shoot, we are low power. No input fluid. Ooh, that's a problem. What happened to my heat exchanger? We need copper and steel. Yeah, I don't have any more copper. Let's go find some more copper. Somewhere. Here we are. Is that really all the copper there was in that area? Okay, copper. In here. Yeah, we need 100 copper, so yeah, that'll eventually happen. Wait a minute, now the power's fine. What's going on? Oh, we're not producing enough rocket fuel. And why is that? Oh, hang on a minute. I see the problem. There we go. That should fix that problem. Another belt issue. Okay, so that's going to continue making power. Okay, copper, copper, copper. Where's the copper? Here we go. Make that extra heat exchanger. Chuck him in. That should fix the power problem, which it does. Nice. We're out of pizza. We're out of nutrients. Why is that? Because we're low on bioflux, because we're low on Yumiko. Because they're all spoiling. Oh no. Yeah, we did need this stuff to be making carbon. Oh, we can turn burnt spoilage into carbon. Okay, hang on. Instead of burning all this, why don't we instead turn it into something useful? Turn it into... hang on. Oh, it has to be done in a biochamber. Oh, no. Okay, biochamber there. And then we need nutrients, so that can just grab from there. And this is going to make carbon. And then the carbon is going to go into a chest. Here we go. And then we can combine the carbon and the Yumiko mash to make our carbon fiber once we finish researching it. Then we can make carbon fiber. How much stuff do you guys have? Okay, you're not requesting... You are. You're requesting 1,000. Once we unlock the carbon fiber, we can make a bunch and then we can head over to Aquilo finally. Agricultural science packs. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, look at that. Look at that stream. Look at that stream of agricultural science. Okay, that's nearly filled up. Oh, why did it stop? We've still got this problem. Why do we still have this problem? Okay, let's connect this up to the network as well. And then we can run a splitter. And join this up. Might help. Yeah, that might help supplement the network. Okay, and then this has an excess. So then we could just have one of these slow arms burning this out. And that'll leave some space for this to keep ticking over. Okay, that might work. No, it's not really, is it? Oh no, hang on, no, it is. Okay, let's just hand pick this up for now. It's going to allow that to cycle through. We have a little bit of carbon. Okay, bioflux is coming back out. We're filling up. There we go, we got the nutrients around. Okay, I think we need some more beacons. Oh. Possible, I just need to put some efficiency modules on these. Anyway. Oh, the rocket's launching. We finally got 1,000. We've still got a problem with the bioflux. Why are we so low on bioflux? Because it's all spoiling. Okay, this is not fast enough. I'm going to move this out. Out of splitters. Where are my splitters? Here we are. I'm going to move this out. Split it off. Any excess is going to end up on one side. And then we're going to send this back over. And instead of that stupid contraption, we're going to just bulk insert straight into the heating tower. Maybe that'll work better. There we go. I think that's better. Still a bit early to tell. Oh no, they're destroying the farm again? Where did you come from? Oh no, they're destroying the train too. No, 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 no. I need that train. Oh, that's so annoying. Okay, where did you come from? Was it you guys? Damn it. Oh shoot, 3 minutes ago. I really need to be making autosaves. I really need to be making saves before I go out and do stupid stuff like that. I need my splitters. Where's my heating tower? Here it is. Okay, that burns that out. All right, cool. Oh, these missiles are so annoying. They slow you down and then you can't... Oh yes, I forgot to save. Oh my goodness. I can save right now. Oh, that was close. They do so much damage. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. No, 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 no. Yep, okay. I saw that coming. Like, I need a nuke just to kill these guys. He's got so much range on his stompers. Doesn't help that he's got so much laser resistance too. Ooh. Okay, we got him, we got him, we got him. Ooh. Okay, so that clears a little bit more of the spores from the territory, although there is this area. Hopefully they don't come over here. Man, why is farming so hard? I need some pesticides. Eat fruits they heal instead of fish. I don't have any fish, but fruits? Yeah, which ones are better? Oh wait, fruits, not jelly, hang on. How much do these do? Oh, that's just movement speed. I need the other fruits. Heals 80 physical. Yeah, okay, hang on. I am so small brained, thanks for that. Well, the spoilage in here is not good. Okay, so if I make another save and head on down and try and deal with these blokes down here. Okay, that took out a lot of them. Okay, fish. No, not fish. Fruits. Give me the fruits. Oh yeah, that's better. That's so much better. Oh god, that's a big group. That's a big group. I did not want... They're heading for the factory? They are, they are. No, 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 no. Okay, this was a mistake. I don't have enough ammo for this. Okay, hang on. I gotta load this. I do not have the ammo for that. Oh, wait, that was the autosave. I don't want to autosave. Okay, I don't have the ammo for it, and I don't have enough to make more nukes, so I'm gonna have to leave that for now. How's this going? Nearly there. Do we have agricultural science back here yet? No. Hang on, what happened to our starship? Oh wait, these aren't... No! Okay, they haven't spoiled much, so that's okay. So let's switch carbon fiber back over. And then the rocket turrets. I'm still nervous on why rocket turrets are required before Quillo. So how do we make carbon fiber? Carbon... Oh wait, yeah, I already went through that. That's easy. Okay, here we go, here we go. We're sciencing. Yes, we're sciencing. Okay, so this ship should then head back. No, we can drop the spoilage. Oh, that's right. This one's out of fuel. Okay, this ship can instead request science packs. We want 1,000. Okay, cool. How's our production rate looking? Still 160. At one point it reached 300 and I was really excited. Okay, here we go. Rocket's launching. It looks like this factory is autonomous again, but I guess we'll have to wait and see. Oh, what just got damaged? Oh no, an egg. Eggs are hatching. We're okay. Okay, we've got our science pack, so let's send this ship back to Narvis. Oh, look at all those ice chunks. Actually, I should probably belt balance them. Well, maybe not. No, that's fine. Oh, actually, we've got a problem here. There's too many of them. And where was that? This guy was destroyed. How did that happen? Okay, did we drop off science packs? Yes, we did. Nice. Then we need to change course back to Gleber. So that should be our science packs to finish off the rocket turrets. Yep, here they come, here they come. This is cool. Oh yeah, we have the carbon fiber now. So how much carbon do we have? Over 100, okay. I need to get a lot of this spoilage out. Okay, we can turn this spoilage into carbon. Things are still getting destroyed on this thing. Ow. Mainly on this corner, so maybe I need, as someone said, maybe I still need to slow this down. Oh, it's such a shame because I want it to go quick. Okay, what if we copied what we did over here, but did it over to here? Oh no, it's going back to Narvis. No, stop. I copy this and then rotate it. And put it here. We are going to need some more turrets though by the looks of things. Okay. Okay, we need to make carbon fiber, which is in a biochamber. Can we put some productivity modules? Yes, we can. Okay, and then we should be able to just chuck everything in. Which we can. Okay, let's throw down a beacon. So now we just need some more mash. And also we need some efficiency modules. Because this is chewing through them like crazy. Oh, another rocket's going up. What else should we research, by the way? We have tool belt equipment. What does this do? Wait, that's just an item you put in and it gives you inventory size? Ooh, that but I'm kind of full though. Yeah, okay. What else do we need? Ah, yes, of course. We should probably actually research Aquilo itself. So then we can get to it. That would probably be in order. Okay, we need more mash. Always need more mash. Here we go, here we go. So how much of this stuff did I say I needed? We need... It's for the quantum processors. 1 carbon fiber per, so we wanted to make 1,000. I believe. How many of these do we need? No, that's too far. Quantum fusion reactors need 250 processors each. So 1,000 can make 4 of those. And what about these things? Okay, maybe we do 2 of those, which is 500, and then 10 fusion generators. Fusion power plants are going to be quite interesting. Because I imagine they work quite differently to nuclear power plants. Yeah, we need more mash. Why am I bothering with efficiency module in these? We have power. We might be on the edge, but we have power, so I don't need to be too conservative. Yeah, there's plenty of mash. $68. Still a long way to 1,000. Maybe I need a second one of these. Maybe over here. No, hang on. What are we looking for? Carbon fiber. There we go. Looks like we need more mash. It never ends. Okay, I'm definitely going to have to redesign Gleba at some point in the near future. Because all this waste, all this spoilage on this belt is really becoming a problem. It's choking the factory. I think I have to do a loop belt. Yeah, loop belt might be the answer there. Oh, coal synthesis. Sulfur, carbon, and water makes coal. So then we can make grenades. Ooh. Okay, we're at 200 carbon fiber. Getting there, slowly but surely. Okay, we need more mash. Yum 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 yum. Oh, okay. Nutrients have spoiled. Is there anything else I can do with this ship? Other than, of course, get these gun turrets going. It's funny, it's only been this side that's been attacked, and not this side. Yeah, we're at 400, nearly there. Could stop at 1,000. No, I could stop at 500 to be honest. Oh, but we're still waiting for this research. How are we going here? Do we have the research? The science packs? No. These are still going, which is good. Okay, so apparently in 5 minutes, it'll be a bit longer, but in around 5 minutes, we will have Aquilo discovered. Where is it on the map? Can I get to it from Gleber? Yes, I can. Oh boy. This is going to be an interesting trip. Oh, wait a minute. There's a graph? Wait, there's just a whole graph of asteroids? Wait a minute, so can you use this to find out what's the best ratio and then just send a ship over? I wonder. Okay, hang on, what about Aquilo? I can't see what's at Aquilo. I mean, I wonder if you could actually like spy on which area. Can you logic up a circuit on a ship to make it just bounce back and forth in a certain spot? Because if you could just hover around this area and keep collecting ice asteroids at maximum throughput. And then once you reach a certain threshold of science packs, space science packs, then you could come back. That could be interesting to look at. Okay, ship's heading. Got it, science packs, that's nice. Right on time too, because we're just plummeting now. Oh my goodness. Oh, it's this side again. How is this side always getting damaged? Hang on, do I have an autosave from a minute ago? Yeah, that might work. Let's actually watch it in action. Let's see if it... Let's watch it happen. Hang on, Gleber. Are we sending the rocket up? We've already sent the rocket up. Okay, here we go. Let's watch this happen. I want to see, why is this thing getting damaged so much? Because we have so much turret coverage. And they die really quickly. I'm not seeing any problems. Maybe I need to turn off the ignore unlisted targets and just make them shoot everything. It's funny it's only on this side though. It doesn't make much sense. You can check out the in-game wiki, and yes, there are large asteroids on the way to Aquila that require more powerful weapons than bullets. Oh no. I don't like the sound of that. Where is it? Torpedia? Big. Oh, that's huge. Okay, maybe we need to turn off the ignore unlisted targets on all of these. I'm hoping we survive the journey. Okay, we need some more nutrients and some more mash. Oh my goodness. I hope this isn't going to end the way that it did when I first built the original ship and I just absolutely get creamed by those rocks. Oh, I'm scared. Okay, just waiting for the science packs. Research is back online. So I think probably one more round trip for the science packs and we should have Aquila discovered, and then we can make a little flight. Try and figure out how Aquilo works. Rockets for large asteroids. That would explain why rockets had to be unlocked first. How do we make rockets anyway? Actually, hang on, they just fire rockets. I literally have rockets already unlocked. No, I don't. Yes, I do. Hang on. Rockets, iron plates and explosives. Okay, it's kind of easy, but I would need to ship them up. I could set that up on Narvis. I have a place. Where is it? I have a weapons factory. Here. I could just get some iron shipped over here. I got plenty of explosives. Actually, I could probably just do it here too. I've got iron coming in through here. Let's do it properly. Let's do it at the weapons factory. Okay, so I need... Nothing else can fire cannon shells, can they? If I could have a weapon on my ship that could fire cannon shells, then I could just reuse these cannon shells that I made for Vulcanus. That would be nice. But anyway, so rockets, we can use... We need to get iron. Do I have any iron shipping in? No. Okay, so what I could do is... Where's my iron train? Maybe it's easiest just to split off some iron from up here somewhere and bring it down. Okay, so if I split this... I'm going to need some more roboports. And some power for the roboport. Okay, so we've got our explosives. We can set up a rocket factory here. And import that, and then we need to dump this into a chest. We can chuck here. That should give us rockets. Electric Boogaloo is on the way back. Aquilo further and further. We're nearly there. We've almost made it. How's my spoilage? Okay, we got 500. That'll probably do us for now. Let's chuck 500 in there. Let's make a little chest. I'm gonna chuck some dump stuff in here. Okay, we're just waiting for the ship to come back. This should be it. Another 400 packs. We got 1,000 here. We're finally unlocking Aquilo. It's only taken us 106 hours. I didn't get any of the achievements, that's for sure. Okay, let's ship up the carbon fiber. Oh, just got this. Okay, just drones. That's fine. And then this research is going to finish, and I'm going to just pray and hope that I can make a trip over to Aquilo without having to build any extra defenses. Because if I can make it there, I'll be pretty happy. Okay, I need to send myself up now. I think Gleba is self-sufficient again. Well, not again, it wasn't to begin with, which is why I had to make it self-sufficient by coming back here. It's probably going to get demolished again when the spores upset these guys, so that's going to be fun to wait for. Aquilo researched. Here we go. The moment we've all been waiting for. Okay, I'm going to make a save. Chapter 2, I'll save that, and then I'm going to make a new save. This is going to be chapter 3, or act 3 rather, because this should be it. Aquilo. Here we go, chat. This is it. Let's go. Please, 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 please. Isn't this a long trip as well? It's like a 30,000 kilometer trip. I've got perfect upkeep on these. I could actually re-engage these thrusters if need be. Oh, okay, that's a big one. That's a big rock. We're looking okay. Looking good, looking good. Never mind, never mind. No, 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 wait, wait. No! Holy crap, how much health do they have? $2,000 compared to 400. 2,000 physical resistance. Holy crap, it's just... No! We couldn't sneak through. I mean, okay, hey, we're still going. Maybe that's all that's important, is we're still going. Wait, no, 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 wait, we can talk, we can... Okay. No! No, it's all destroyed. And I'm dead. Right, okay. We definitely need those rocket turrets. Oh boy, all right. Back to Novice we go. Ooh. God damn. You might need to slow down. I don't think I can because they'll just keep coming along. No, I need those rocket turrets. I was hoping I wouldn't need to, but I very severely underestimated those rocks. Oh man, okay. Oh boy, alright. So, how do we make the rocket turrets again? We need... Where is it? Rocket turret, so we need 20 carbon fiber, so we can make 5 rocket turrets. What's their range? 36. Compare that to 18. Okay, so they have the furthest range of all the turrets, so that's pretty good. Yeah, okay. Now let me switch off the thrust. And I need to drop to novice. Yeah, so these are pretty easy to make. The only thing is the rocket launchers, which are pretty easy to make. Okay, that's fine. We do need the carbon fiber, so I'm going to send down a stack of carbon fiber. Asteroids have a lot of resistance. Slowing them down is a bad idea. Oh, is it? Because if I slowed down, it would give me more time to kill them. But I still don't think it's going to be enough for the big ones. Okay, there's our carbon fiber. Let's grab that. We need blue circuits. We need some iron. We need plenty of gears. And we need circuits, which we have over here. Oh, wait, I can grab it from the train. Come back. What else are we missing? Iron plates. Which we should be able to get from over here. Somewhere. Here we go. Okay, there's our 5 turrets. So we can make those, then send them back up. And ourselves. Oh wait, no. We need to grab our rockets. How many we haven't made any, chat. We haven't made any. Because of this thing. No. Alright, I'm gonna have to go over there and manually place them down. Why aren't I running on the concrete? What am I doing? Hang on. What am I looking for? I'm looking for the electric poles, and I might as well just pick up some of the iron manually. I can also handcraft them. Okay, here we are. Chuck some in there. Pick up some explosives myself. And make 100 rockets. That's cool. Power this on. Connect this back up. Cool. Okay, so that should get the rest of this building. Oh, actually, that's not connected. Connect that up. Oh, look at them go. Okay, we already got 21 rockets. So how much damage do these things do? 200 plus 360 explosion. So we're going to need 5. Oh, hang on a minute. Why don't we... Oh, stronger explosives needs clever science packs. Ooh. We still have probably some left over in the tanks. Yep, a little bit. So we could get a bit of research going on there. At least until they run out. And there goes Gleber. They got angry and destroyed all the farms. Alright, well, we will have to think about that later. I just want to get to Aquilo and get those foundations, and then I can come back to Falgora and fix that up. That'll get me the Tesla turrets, and then I can do everything else. So if each large asteroid, we only encountered 3 or 4 of them, I think, maybe 5 of them. And if each one has 2,000 damage, or 2,000 health, it was 2,000, right? If each one has 2,000 health. Wait, qualities? Rocks have qualities? Huh? Okay, let's just assume each one has 5,000 health then, if it's gonna throw those at me. Then we need 10 rockets per rock. Okay, in that case, what I should do on the ship is tell them to stop targeting the big rocks, because that's obviously not going to work. And then we copy that across to every single turret, every single gun turret. Okay. Oh, I'm seeing another problem. How am I going to get rocket turrets filled up with ammo? I'm going to have to redesign another ship, I think. I'll probably wait until... what should I call it? I'll probably wait until we get to the rail guns before I redesign another ship. What are we looking for? Rocket turrets. Oh, they're big. They're big ones, all right. So if we chuck those 2 down, maybe we can chuck one over here. Like that. I think I can feed... I think I can feed rockets into them manually through the ship. I've done that before with the uranium ammo, so I could do that. We need 10 rockets for the biggest rocks. Oh boy, I have no idea if this is going to be enough. Okay, let's get some speed modules going on in here. There we go, that'll go a bit quicker. We did make it halfway, so halfway, and I only found 5 big rocks. Yeah, we can check, actually. Space map, Aquilo. We get 17 per minute. And then that switches over to the oxide. Ooh, that's where the oxide asteroids are. Okay. What about on the trip here? Yeah, okay. So we could have it over to Aquilo. That would be the ice farm there. Same with that. Okay, that's not so bad. Yeah, there's 200 rockets. I'm hoping that's enough. I'm just gonna pretend that's enough, and I'm gonna make a save, and then we'll try... I'll make a save here. And we'll try another trip. Oh, but I need rockets for the return trip. Right, let's just try it anyway. Let's try and get to the end. Hmm. This is going to be such a game changer once I can get those foundations, though. Actually, do I have enough stuff with me to make them? No, I don't have the tungsten plates or the stone. I probably have to import those as well. Maybe build a missile silo next to a missile factory. True. That could be a smart idea. Yeah, let's send up these. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. I should do that. That, or I can just get another train to ship across the weapons. I might also do that. Alright, here we go. Just waiting on the last rockets to craft. Oh, and we need to send up some more of these. Oh, hang on, what's up with the power? Wait, what? What happened to my power? Oh. Oops. Okay, that should be fixed. Never mind, it's not fixed because we have too much calcite. That's not something I thought I'd be saying today, that we have too much calcite. We can get rid of this. We need somewhere to send the excess. I think we don't have anywhere that we were sending the excess. Okay, let's make some room. This feels like such a waste. I have to get rid of this calcite. Actually, I need some more space to be able to fit the splitter. Get rid of that. Then we can put the splitter in. There we go. Plonk that in there. And off goes the calcite. Okay, these need ammo, which we can supply them with. I can find where the rockets are. There we go, that fills those up. If only I could get a small amount. Alright, target priorities. We need to set these up to only target the big rocks. And ignore the unlisted targets. And I hope that's enough. Surely that's gonna be enough, right? Two big rocket turrets up the front. Fingers crossed. Take two. Yep. Here we go. I'm gonna make another save. Alright, chat, let's go. We're going to Aquilo now. Please work, please work, please work. Okay, so first charter is off to Gleba, and then after that, Aquilo. This thing is insane. It's insane, but it's still not enough. I can't fathom what's more than this. I mean, just bigger, I suppose. Alright, coming up on Gleba now. On the way to Aquilo. Here we go. Keeping an eye out for any big rocks. Oh wait, they just kind of fade in, alright. There's a big one, there's a big one. And another one. I hope there's not going to be too many. Here we go. Oh! They took him out, yes! Okay, so that's 4. Oh god, okay, there's quite a lot of them. Please, 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 please. No! Oh, you're kidding. And we died. Oh, you're joking. How far did we get? I think we got halfway. Damn, so you know what that means? We need more turrets. And we need more rockets. Effectively, we need this many turrets. Okay, and then... Okay, so this means I need to send down another stack of carbon fiber, which is annoying. And I need more rockets. How many rockets do we have set up? There's another couple hundred. Oof. Alright, I have to drop back down and make some more rocket turrets. Man, this is tough. I'm trying to cheap out so much, but it's really not doing me any favors. Okay, so we need all these again. We need the carbon fiber. I need the steel. And I need the blue circuits. That's going to make another 5. Let's go over and grab some more rockets. Actually, aren't there any better rockets we can do? We got weapon shooting speed. That's probably going to be useful. Actually, how has it taken me this long to upgrade weapon shooting speed? What am I doing? What am I doing? Oh, that would probably have helped. I am very, very, very intelligent. Okay, so... I'm pretty sure there are more rocket types though, are they not? Explosive rocketry. How are these? Are explosive rockets any good at doing the asteroids, or are they kind of just all over the place? We've seen, hang on, area of effect size 6.5, damage 50 plus 90, and then 100 plus 180. Overall, that's less damage. Yeah, I don't think I like the sound of that. And then stronger explosives, plus 50%. Okay, there we go. Weapon shooting speed 3. Are there any more? Yeah, there are more. How have I been so far behind on all this? Okay, weapon shooting speed. Let's research a couple of those. Okay, while that goes, I'm going to take a quick toilet break, so I'll be like 1 minute. You guys can chat amongst yourselves. Okay, I'm back. Oh, we got some rockets coming along. Still waiting for our rocket turrets though. Looks like we got some more weapons shooting speed done as well. And it would be really nice if we could fire the cannon shells. Because each cannon shell would basically be enough to completely knock out one of those big asteroids. Wait, can you put artillery? Can you put artillery on a ship? No, you need gravity. Ah, that's annoying. Yeah, once this gets to 5 stacks, I'll deliver that. There we go. 5 stacks. And our turret's done. So let's head back down. And engage take 3. Oh boy. Okay. Turrets going up. Rockets going up. Okay, here we go. Standing myself up. Okay, 6 turrets this time, fully stocked. Let's hope this time it's able to take them out. Alrighty, take 3. Here we go. Let's go. Please work this time. We've got 6 rocket turrets. All fully stocked. Imagine if I filled them up with nukes instead of missiles. That would probably not be very useful. Let's go! Okay, so the big chunks are actually pretty rare. But it's like 1 per minute, and we were getting way more than 1 per minute. Now, where's the ice? Oh, wait, there we go. The big oxide asteroids, that was way more than 1 per minute. Oh my goodness. How many of them do we get? 17 per minute. Oh no. What about this trip? Is this trip any easier? No, it's not. Okay. Damn. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Come on. 3,000. Okay, we're a tenth of the way. First big asteroid coming. Demolished. Nice. Ooh, how do I tell these turrets to stop attacking the ones all the way on the side? We don't care about those ones. Okay, we've still got ammo. Ammo's looking good. I think. Come on, come on, we're nearly halfway. That one's about to run out of rockets. Come on. I think we've got this. I think we might actually be doing it, chat. We might actually be doing this. 20,000. Okay, that scared me for a moment. I thought something on the ship blew up. One turret just ran out of ammo. Okay, hang on. We can refuel you up. We still have rockets. Come on, we're nearly there. Okay, and then I need to turn off the thrust. We made it! We did it! Yes! Let's go. I'm dropping down to the planet. Yes! Yes, we did it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Now you'll freeze to that. Shut up. Alright. We got lithium, crude oil. Yeah, I was right about the crude. I forgot to bring the pump jacks. I forgot to bring the pump jacks. No. Actually, that means I'm stranded here, doesn't it? I don't think I have enough rockets. I might barely just have enough. No, these guys are all empty. I do not have enough rockets to make it back on the return trip. All right. We made it to Aquilo and then we died. The main thing is to preserve the platform. So, hang on. Are there any big... There are still big rocks up here. Oh no. Hang on. How do we make... Can we make explosives up here? Coal and sulfur. Is that what the recipe's for? Hold on one sec. We plop this down. Coal synthesis, you get carbon and sulfur. That's what it's for. I was wondering, like, what do you need coal synthesis for? Oh wait, hang on, no, I might be tweaking. We need to make sulfur, which means we need petroleum gas. Take 37. All right, all right, all right. Wait, I'm missing something. Hang on. I need to be making explosives on the ship, which needs coal and sulfur. But then I need sulfur to begin with. How do I make sulfur? Oh god. Yeah, okay, this didn't work out very well. Oh, this is gonna be a lot. All right, I know what I need to do. I think we need to upkeep. Is there a way so I'm trying to figure out, is there a way I can make explosives on the platform? Sulfur needs water, but I need petroleum gas. How do I get petroleum gas? There's got to be a way. Surely I don't have to ship that many, because the main problem is if the platform stays up while I'm doing stuff down here, then it's just going to get destroyed like it is now. So what I need to be doing is making stuff. Okay, hang on. There's no other recipes. No, we've got an advanced... Ah, there it is, sulfur. There it is. About 10,000 missiles ought to do it. Yeah, I could do that as well. But there it is, sulfur. So that's what I need the advanced carbonic asteroid crushing for. I knew I was missing something when this completely disregarding that. Okay. So the sulfur I can then turn into... I can turn the carbon and sulfur into coal. And then with the coal, we can make explosives, which are where? No, wait, that's done in the other machine. Explosives. And then with the explosives and the iron plates, we can make missiles, and then we need to supply the missiles to the missile launchers. The other concern is that there's also rocks heading for me from other directions. So I need missile launchers all around the factory, and I think that means I'm going to have to redesign this thing. Again. Yeah, okay. I might need to... Whoa. Alright. I know what I need to do, but I think I'm going to leave that for another stream because this was quite a long one. But the next thing I need to do is load my save up again from before we left. I need to redesign this thing to be able to make missiles. And then we should be good to go, because if we can make missiles and distribute them around, then we can do anything, right? That's all I got the time for today. Thank you everyone so much for hanging around. It was a big help with the pointers. Hope you all had a good time. I did. Be sure to check out the Discord for more. Join the community. And I will catch you next week. Bye everyone.